Chapter 384. The huge palace was cold and cheerless. Situ Xinghan slowly walked in, and her footsteps echoed in the empty room, making it sound eerie. The floor was filled with all sorts of smashed items, and it was a mess. Situ Xingchen walked around expressionlessly and went straight in. Finally, she saw the Empress in the innermost part of the room. The Empress was wearing a messy and dirty palace gown, and it looked like she hadn't changed for a few days. She could even vaguely see some dark red bloodstains. Her face was very pale, her lips were dry, and her eyes were dull. She was curled up into a ball at the corner of the bed, motionless. When one looked over, one would think that the Empress was dead. It was obvious that the Empress had gone through a lot of torture in these few days. Situ Xingchen walked over step by step and finally stood in front of the Empress's bed. Her usual gentle smile surfaced on her face. "Her Majesty, I'm here to see you." The Empress didn't seem to hear her and didn't react at all. Situ Xingchen didn't care as she bent down slightly and went closer. Actually, but the next moment, she smelled the Empress's horrible and suffocating smell. Disgust flashed across her eyes as she took out a letter from her sleeve and handed it over. "Her Majesty, the Crown Prince asked me to come and see you today. This is the letter he wrote for you. Take a look at it." After saying that, he calmly straightened his body. If she could, she really wanted to leave this dirty place immediately, but she didn't forget her purpose for coming today. It wasn't easy to come in, so she had to grab the chance. Hearing the words Crown Prince, the Empress's eyes turned sluggishly before she finally regained some consciousness. She slowly raised her head, and her deeply sunken eyes were filled with blood vessels. They were filled with despair and anger, and there was even a hint of madness vaguely. Situ Xingchen instinctively took half a step back. The Empress's appearance is really too scary. The Empress suddenly let out a vague chuckle as if she was mocking Situ Xingchen, but it also seemed like she was mocking herself. Even without looking in the mirror, she knew what she looked like now. "How did you come in?" asked the Empress with a hoarse voice. It was as if something had been dragged across the sand, and it was so abrasive that it hurt one's eardrums. Situ Xingchen calmed herself down and softly explained. "His Highness lent me his command medallion. As the Crown Prince, Rong Jin had a token that was similar to Emperor Jiawen's. He changed the token a little, and it looked 90% similar. Apart from the people who often saw these two tokens, no one else could tell them apart at a glance. This was why Situ Xingchen could enter so smoothly. Only then did the Empress believe him and pick up the letter. But after reading 2 lines, she suddenly crumpled the letter into a ball and harshly threw it at Situ Xingchen's face. "Bitch! You are indeed insidious." Situ Xingchen did not expect the Empress to suddenly flare up, so she was momentarily stunned. The paper ball didn't hurt when it hit her face, but it was a great humiliation to her. She picked up the ball of paper, and the smile on her face faded. "Your Majesty, what are you doing? I was kind enough to help you and the Crown Prince, but you treat me like this? Bitch! Do you think this consort doesn't know what you're thinking?" The Empress's face flushed red as she pointed at Situ Xingchen's nose and scolded her. "Rong Jin can't tell what you're thinking, but do you think I can't tell? No wonder you haven't cancelled the marriage agreement until now. It's because you want to persuade him to get this information from me. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Even though I'm down and about to be executed any time, it doesn't mean that I'm dumb. Previously, when I saw Situ Xingchen, I already felt that this woman's thoughts weren't pure and that she wasn't what she looked like on the surface. It seems like this is indeed the case." The smile on Situ Xingchen's face completely disappeared as she tightly clenched the paper ball in her hands. That was Rong Jin's handwritten letter, and he wrote it under her hints. Of course, she knew what was written on it. The general idea was that Rong Jin couldn't go out because he was under house arrest, so he asked Situ Xingchen to visit the Empress on his behalf. He also asked the Empress to tell Situ Xingchen the secret of Heptagon Alley so that she could relay it to him. Rongjin felt that he could only think of a solution to solve his current predicament if he knew what was going on. When the Empress saw this, how could she not understand? Situ Xingqian originally had nothing to do with this matter, but she was now busy. How could she not have any ulterior motives? Her Majesty, you must have misunderstood. I don't have such intentions. The Crown Prince is your biological son. If you don't even trust him, won't this situation be unsolvable? Get lost! Yelled the Empress hysterically. If it weren't for the fact that half of my body couldn't move, I would have directly gone forward and hit this B***tch out. Situ Xingqian's gaze landed on the Empress's legs, and she vaguely guessed something as she said with disappointment, I thought you loved the Crown Prince the most. I originally thought that you doted on the Crown Prince the most. I didn't expect that you could bear to watch him fall into such a desperate situation. Since you insist on this, then I have no other choice. As she spoke, she really turned around and left without a care. She had just taken a few steps when she heard the Empress's voice behind her. What did you just say? Situ Xingqian's lips curled up slightly, and delight flashed across her eyes. But when she turned around, her expression had already returned to normal. She sighed and said, You've been trapped in the palace for a long time. You probably don't know that His Majesty has already decided to remove the Crown Prince and appoint the third prince as the Crown Prince. The Empress was stunned. Impossible. I know that you don't trust me, but there's no other way now that things have come to this. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people in your palace if they've all been captured by the third prince for interrogation. Can't you guess why His Majesty wants to hand this matter to the third prince? Situ Xingqian's voice was as gentle as usual, but it was like a cold, poisonous snake slowly crawling into the Empress's heart. Her lips trembled violently, and her entire body started shaking very quickly. No. No. Rongjin is the Crown Prince. Rongjin is the only Crown Prince. Seeing the Empress's reaction, confusion flashed across Situ Xingqian's heart. Why does she care so much about this matter? I'm going to find His Majesty. He can't appoint someone else as the Crown Prince. The Empress screamed and directly fell off the bed. Only Rongjin. It has to be Rongjin. Situ Xingqian suddenly realized something and purposely said, the third prince is outstanding. If he's appointed as the Crown Prince, the public will be convinced. What do you know? Shouted the Empress sharply with a hideous face. Who does Rongjin think he is? Rongjin is heaven's chosen son. Other than him, nobody else is fit to be the Crown Prince. Digression, the backstage reaction is really slow. Recently, we've changed to a new comment section, and everyone is still used to it. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 385. Situ Xingqian's eyes lit up. Heaven's chosen son. This is the biggest secret hidden in Rongjin. Once the words left her mouth, the Empress immediately reacted. I still said this out loud. Furthermore, I said it in front of Situ Xingqian. Bang! Ka! The Empress was furious as she picked up the things beside her and threw them at Situ Xingqian. ***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ How dare you scheme against me? She had kept this secret for many years and didn't even tell anyone about the torture she had suffered these few days. She didn't expect Situ Xingqian to find out in the end. The Empress's hand was cut by the sharp shards, and it was covered in blood. However, she couldn't feel the pain at all as her mind was filled with thoughts of how to kill Situ Xingqian in front of her. But the current her was a useless person. She couldn't even walk on her own, so how could she deal with Situ Xingqian? Situ Xingqian easily avoided her attack, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she took 2 steps forward and squatted down in front of the Empress. Her Majesty, did you just say? Heaven's chosen son? What does that mean? The Empress raised her hand and was about to slap her. Situ Xingqian grabbed her wrist with a smile on her face, but the corners of her eyes were filled with iciness and threat. Since you've already said it, why don't you tell me everything? Don't worry, I'll definitely tell His Highness everything without leaving out a single word. I'm guessing that this is the reason why my father wants me to get engaged to His Highness, right? The blood in the Empress's chest rumbled as she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. I didn't guess wrongly. Situ Xingqian is up to no good. There was also her sinister and cunning imperial father. Who the hell told you? The Empress tried her best to break free from Situ Xingqian, but it was to no avail. In the end, she could only scream at her. I've never told anyone about this. Even Rong Jin, I only revealed a bit of information. Until now, I still don't know what it means. But, how did that old fool, Situ Yen, find out? Many things that had happened in the past quickly flashed before his eyes, like pearls that were finally strung together by a string. No wonder Situ Yen interacted and suggested a marriage. No wonder they liked Rong Jin from the start. No wonder the engagement hasn't been annulled yet. This treacherous father and daughter pair had come for this very reason. Situ Xingqian's ears buzzed from the Empress's ruckus, and she had completely exhausted her last bit of patience. She shook off the Empress and looked down at her. Your Majesty, there doesn't seem to be any point in talking about this now. Why don't you just say what you need to say? Only then can you protect the Crown Prince, right? Besides, if it weren't for my father and my help, you and the Crown Prince wouldn't have survived until today. Now, we can be considered to be on the same boat. Why must you persist so bitterly? Don't tell me you still want to salvage the situation by yourself, with your half-crippled body? Situ Xingqian wasn't polite with her words. The Empress was filled with hatred. But after thinking about it for a long time, she realized that Situ Xingqian's words made sense. It wasn't a good idea to continue resisting like this. She had worked so hard and put in so much effort to get to where she was today. How could she let all her efforts go to waste? After a long silence, she finally looked up at Situ Xingqian. If you want this consort to tell you, it's not impossible. However, you have to swear on it. If you betray Rong Jin and me in the future, may lightning strike you to death. Situ Xingqian was elated. What's so scary about swearing? As long as I know what the so-called Heaven's Chosen Son means, I have ways to solve this problem. Okay. I, Situ Xingqian, swear here, greetings, Third Prince. A voice was suddenly heard from outside the palace. Situ Xingqian was shocked and immediately looked outside. Why is Rong Jiu here at this time? How's Her Majesty today? This is clearly Rong Jiu's voice. Your Majesty, Her Majesty is still the same as before. She stays in the palace and refuses to come out. I'll go in and take a look. As Rong Jiu spoke, he walked into the palace. The guards all knew that Rong Jiu was sent by His Majesty to investigate the Empress, so they directly let him in. The footsteps got closer and closer. Situ Xingqian started to panic. If Rong Jiu finds out that I'm here, everything will be exposed. She hurriedly leaned in front of the Empress and softly said, Your Majesty, you know what to do. For the Crown Prince, you should know what to do. Then, she immediately found a place to hide. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Rong Jiu's figure appeared at the entrance. Rong Jiu immediately saw the situation in the palace. He squinted his eyes. Her Majesty, what's wrong with you? Mu Qinghe brought Chu Luiyue on her sword and headed north. As they had set up a barrier, the two of them didn't attract anyone's attention as they silently left the imperial city. Seeing that they were out of the city gate, Chu Luiyue found it even stranger. Where exactly is Mu Qinghe bringing me? This direction. Normally, nobody would come here because there are many mountains here, and the terrain is dangerous. More importantly, if we continue forward, we'll reach country Yao Chen's imperial mausoleum. However, Mu Qinghe had been silent, so she couldn't ask anything. The two of them continued forward like this. When she saw the extremely steep mountain peak, Chu Luiyue finally confirmed her guess. Mu Qinghe brought me to country Yaochen's imperial mausoleum. Looking down from midair, one could even clearly see the soldiers in charge of guarding the mountain peak. A faintly discernible barrier enveloped the entire mountain peak within it. Chu Luiyue was secretly shocked. This barrier's strength is much stronger than I expected. It's as if a stage 6 warrior set it up. An idea popped up in Mu Qinghe's mind, and she finally brought Chu Luiyue to the foot of the mountain. After Chu Luiyue stood still, she suppressed the doubts in her heart and looked up. Golden Inheritance Peak. This was the highest and most dangerous mountain peak within 50 kilometers of the imperial city. Country Yaochen's past emperors were all buried in the imperial mausoleum at the foot of this mountain peak. At first glance, it was like a sword had landed from the sky and harshly pierced into the ground. Sharp. Majestic. Disdainful. Chu Luiyue had never been here before. The reason why she knew about this place was because the appearance of Golden Inheritance Peak was extremely similar to the iconic sharp sword sculpture outside Tianlu Academy. Back then, she had inadvertently discovered this and had been secretly surprised for a long time. Vice Admiral Mu, why did you bring me here? Chu Luiyue turned to look at Mu Qinghe. However, Mu Qinghe's expression was a little secretive. He stared at Golden Inheritance Peak for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. Enter the Imperial Mausoleum. Digression, I'm going to eat noodles. It's so tiring. Let's talk about losing weight tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 386. Chu Luiyue thought that he had heard wrongly. What? Mu Qinghe lifted his chin. I'll open the barrier later. It won't attract anyone's attention. You can just follow me in. Chu Luiyue was dumbfounded. After all this time, Mu Qinghe was really going to enter the Imperial Mausoleum? Vice Admiral Mu, this isn't very appropriate, right? We're not from country Yaochen's royal family. How can we casually enter a place like the Imperial Mausoleum? The problem wasn't whether it would attract anyone's attention, but that it wasn't right at all. Mu Qinghe glanced coldly at Chu Luiyue. He didn't show any anger. You don't want to go? Chu Luiyue was speechless. It's not that I don't want to go, but... Vice Admiral Mu, you have to have a reason for doing this, right? Chu Luiyue racked his brains, but he couldn't understand why Mu Qinghe would suddenly do this. Firstly, no one in country Yaochen had offended Mu Qinghe, so there was no need for him to dig up their ancestral graves. Secondly, even if there were any treasures hidden in the Imperial Mausoleum, Mu Qinghe wouldn't be interested in them. He had a distinguished status in the Tianling dynasty, so what kind of rare items had he not seen before? Why did he have to barge into a mere Imperial Mausoleum in country Yaochen? Mu Qinghe narrowed his eyes, and the scar on his face revealed a hint of fierceness. Chu Luiyue immediately felt a chill in his heart, so he obediently changed his tone. Please go ahead. With her current status, wouldn't she be looking for trouble if she asked Mu Qinghe for a reason? Since she was already here, she might as well go in with Mu Qinghe and see what he wanted to do. Seeing that Chu Luiyue was finally obedient, Mu Qinghe retracted his gaze. He raised his right hand, and several silver rays quickly gathered, finally condensing into a strange pattern in his palm. Chu Luiyue quickly glanced at it and found that the pattern was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But soon, Mu Qinghe pushed her hand forward, and the silver pattern immediately flew out. Buzz! A faint buzzing sound could be heard. Ripples suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. It was the barrier that enveloped the entire Golden Inheritance Peak. The moment the silver pattern touched the ripples on the barrier, the buzzing sound suddenly disappeared, and even the ripples were instantly frozen. In the next moment, the silver pattern quickly melted and silently seeped into the barrier. A crack immediately appeared in the middle of the frozen enchantment, and then it spread in all directions. Finally, a round entrance with a faint silver glow appeared in front of the two of them. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked. The Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier was not of a low grade, and its defensive power was also very strong. It was impossible to break through it so smoothly using ordinary methods. Generally speaking, only a specific item that was compatible with the barrier could open it completely without causing any ripples. Mu Qinghe obviously did not possess the key to country Yao Chen's Imperial Mausoleum's barrier, but the scene before her eyes, Chu Luiyue suddenly recalled that when she went to look for Mu Qinghe a few days ago, he was not at home. She did not pay much attention to it at that time, but now that she thought about it, she felt that it was a little strange. It was obviously not Mu Qinghe's first time here. It could be seen that he had put in a lot of effort in order to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. Chu Luiyue's mind raced, but her face was calm. Mu Qinghe turned around and glanced at her with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. After a moment, he turned around and walked forward. "Follow me." Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and looked up at the steep mountain peak again, as well as the faintly discernible barrier. There were at least 100 guards guarding Golden Inheritance Peak, and there were definitely experts overseeing it. But now that the barrier had been opened, they probably did not notice anything. She suppressed her thoughts and stepped over the barrier. Palace, Empress's bedroom. Faced with Rongjio's question, the Empress lowered her head and did not say a word. Rongjio was not surprised by her reaction. In actual fact, even though he did not personally interrogate the Empress during these few days, it did not mean that he did not know anything. Ever since they returned from Heptagon Alley, the Empress had been like this. It seemed like she had gone crazy again. Rongjio was too lazy to waste time and directly asked her. "Her Majesty, I heard that you have an extremely precious box." Once this was said, the Empress seemed to be greatly agitated as she suddenly looked up. "What box? I don't have it." "I don't know," Rongjio lightly said. "The people around you have already spilled the beans, yet you're still unwilling to admit it?" The Empress was stunned and instantly guessed a little. She had always kept that item very carefully. After so many years, it was only broken by a eunuch once. Even though that eunuch only glanced at it unintentionally and did not know anything, the Empress still killed him. She originally thought that it was foolproof, but she did not expect there to be a loophole. That eunuch must have told the others before he died. Rongjio had captured all the people in the palace and interrogated them these few days. I don't know what ruthless methods he used, but he actually managed to get this out. Seeing the Empress's resistance and that she still wanted to deny it, Rongjio straightforwardly said, "Father already knows. He told me to tell you this. He told me to tell you that if you hand over the box obediently, everything will be fine. But if you're unwilling, I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences." The Empress was filled with hatred. "I should have gotten someone to kill you in the Northwest Army back then." Back then, she killed Rongjio's birth mother and originally wanted to kill Rongjio. However, she coincidentally met with Consort Wan's death, and Emperor Jiawen was in deep sorrow. Hence, she could not do anything, so she did not do anything. Who knew that Rongjio would rather go to the Northwest Army and train himself thousands of miles away? She thought that it was tough at the borders and that it was hard to predict life and death on the battlefield. Perhaps, Rongjio would die there very quickly, so she gradually let go of this matter. Later on, when Rongjio had outstanding military achievements and rose up the ranks, it was very difficult for her to take action. Now, Rongjio was clearly here to take revenge on her. Rongjio did not care about the Empress's complaints. "It seems like you're unwilling to hand over the item. Then I'll report to father now." Then, he really turned around and left. The Empress was dazed. She originally thought that Rongjio would interrogate her strictly, but she did not expect him to let her off so easily. Actually, Rongjio had other thoughts in his heart. The Empress had held on for so long, but she did not say anything. It was obvious that she was prepared to die. Even if he interrogated the Empress here for an entire day and tortured her until she was half dead, it would be very difficult for him to get anything out of her. The Empress only had one weakness, Rong Jin. Oh, right. After I go back, I'll ask father to give you a way out and let brother come and see you. After all, we're mother and son, so I believe father won't be so heartless. Let them see each other's current appearance. That scene would definitely be very exciting. Before the Empress could react, a soft sound came from behind the screen at the side. Rong Jiao paused in his footsteps and turned around with a knife-like gaze. Who's there? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 387. Nobody responded. Rong Jiao knitted his brows and stared at that spot for quite a while before suddenly turning around and walking toward the screen. The Empress has been locked up here alone for the past few days, and the outside is heavily guarded. It's impossible for anyone else to enter. Ta! Ta! The sound of footsteps resounded in the empty and deathly silent hall, almost suffocating everyone. Just as Rong Jiao was about to walk over, a macaw suddenly flew out. Rong Jiao immediately took action. A force turned into a sharp arrow, and it directly pierced through the macaw's stomach. Poof! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. That macaw immediately landed on the floor, and its body suddenly twitched twice before it stopped moving. Rong Jiao knitted his brows. He recognized this macaw as the Empress's pet. He didn't expect such a thing to be left in this palace. Suddenly, Rong Jiao focused his gaze and saw something hidden in the macaw's broken stomach. He immediately bent over and took a closer look. Then, he took out the item hidden inside. It was a black ball. This item was only the size of a fingernail and looked very normal. However, Rong Jiao's expression became increasingly stern. This was because he recognized this black ball. This item was also known as an ink pearl. It looked like a normal black ball, but it could actually be used to transmit information. As long as one used a special method to decode it, one could obtain the information hidden inside. When he was in the military previously, he had also used such a method. However, this item was very rare, and each ink pearl could only be used once, so he didn't use it many times. He didn't expect this to be hidden in the Empress's macaw's stomach. It was obvious what she wanted. He looked at the Empress and indeed saw her pale face as if she was in complete despair. I didn't expect Her Majesty to have such methods. Don't worry, I'll pass this ink pearl to father for him to take a closer look. Then, Rong Jiao didn't stay any longer and quickly left the palace. After a long while, the Empress slowly covered her face. She had no more tears, only excruciating pain. After an unknown period of time, a gentle voice whispered into his ear. Her Majesty, Xing Chen is willing to help you. If you have any requests, just let me know. Princely Mansion. Rong Xiao looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. In the past few days, Yu would come to Prince Li's residence at this time every time. But today, for some unknown reason, she was late. Umo, who was serving at the side, seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. Master, Miss Lu Yu went to Vice Admiral Mu's place today. She must have been delayed by something. What can he have? Rong Xiao said indifferently, then suddenly paused. No. Is Mu Qinghe in the residence today? Umo was stunned. This. I don't know either. Mu Qinghe was not an ordinary person. It was very difficult to monitor him. In the past few days, he seemed to be more alert than before. Umo was worried that he would alert the enemy, so he withdrew most of the people who were secretly monitoring him. Rong Xiao's expression turned cold. He suddenly stood up. Find out where Mu Qinghe is right now. Yes. When Umo heard Rong Xiu's words, he suddenly reacted. Could it be that Master suspected that Mu Qinghe took Miss Lu Yu away? Master, we have people at the Imperial City Gate. If there is any movement, they should send a message. If Mu Qinghe doesn't want them to know, he naturally has a way. Rong Xiu's voice was cold, and there seemed to be a trace of coldness between his eyebrows. Umo's heart trembled. I know I was wrong. I will. Before he could finish his words, Rong Xiu, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Umo looked up in puzzlement, but he saw a tall figure approaching quickly. He was flying in the sky. His movements seemed slow and relaxed, but his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already above Prince Li's residence. Umo was about to go forward, but he saw Rong Xiu pressing his hand down. Only then did he restrain himself, but his eyes were still fixed on the approaching person. Almost at the same time, the approaching person also stopped. Jian Fengqi raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly and looked down with surprise. He originally thought that Prince Li's residence was just an ordinary house, but after coming here, he found that the internal and external defense here was much stronger than expected. Ordinary people would not be able to see anything from the outside. But with his eyesight, he had just approached and felt an unusual aura. So he simply gave up on visiting from the front door, and chose another more direct way. After looking in the sky for a while, he finally confirmed his guess. In this huge Prince Li's residence, in addition to the tight defense, there was actually an extremely powerful Xian formation. He was very clear that if he continued to move forward, there would be a lot of trouble waiting for him. Jian Fengqi had always hated trouble, so he very consciously stopped. Anyway, he came today just to see what the rumored Rong Xiu looked like. So he stood in the air, one hand behind his back, and said with a smile, "This one is Jian Fengqi, and I'm here to pay a visit to Prince Li." Umo's whole body tensed up. Jian Fengqi? Wasn't that the celestial physician that Mu Qinghe invited from the Tianling dynasty? The news that he had cured the princess consort of Pingjiang some time ago had spread like wildfire in the imperial capital. Many people tried to find ways to meet him, but this Jian Fengqi was very arrogant and refused all of them, not even meeting a single one. After all, it was normal for a celestial physician with such a background to be arrogant. But what was even more amazing was that he could be said to be elusive. Many people waited day and night, but still could not catch a glimpse of him. Why did such a person suddenly come to Prince Li's residence today? And he even said that he wanted to meet the master? Jian Fengqi's eyes suddenly focused as soon as he finished speaking. A young man in white stood in the middle of the courtyard. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and his snow-white clothes seemed to be even whiter than the snow in the mountains. Just by standing there, he seemed to have gathered all the light, making people involuntarily focus their attention on him. His appearance was noble and unparalleled, and his charm was unparalleled. Jian Fengqi believed that his appearance and temperament were top-notch, but when he saw the appearance of this young man in white, he instantly understood what it meant to feel inferior. In an instant, he understood Mu Hongyu's words. Not to mention country Yaochen, even in the Tianling dynasty, this young man's charm was almost unparalleled. Even Jiang Yucheng's thing was instantly at a disadvantage. Rong Xiu's voice was cold as he said indifferently, "May I know why young Master Jian is looking for me?" Jian Fengqi suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Your Highness, have we met somewhere before?" Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 388. Jian Fengqi didn't know why he had this thought. He was sure that he had never seen Rong Xiu's face before, but, when Rong Xiu spoke, that noble, calm, and somewhat languid appearance suddenly felt somewhat familiar. That was why he blurted out that question. A warm and distant smile appeared on Rong Xiu's face. "Why do you say that, young Master Jian? I've been recuperating at Mingyue Tianshan and have only returned to the imperial capital in the past few months. I've been living in seclusion. I don't remember seeing young Master Jian before. Hearing this, Jian Fengqi was a little hesitant. Was it really just an illusion? But he had never had such a feeling before. No matter who it was, he had a photographic memory and clearly remembered all the details of the other party. No, there was another person who made him have a similar feeling before. Chu Luyue. However, Chu Luyue at least had eyes that were extremely similar to that person's, so it was normal for him to feel familiar. Didn't even Mu Qinghe think so? Even Hong Yao treated Chu Luyue differently. But Rong Xiao wasn't. This face was clearly unfamiliar to him. But that aura, it seems that I remembered wrongly. But it seems that I have quite the affinity with Prince Li. As Jian Fengqi spoke, he secretly sighed in his heart. There was such a person in the imperial capital, but he didn't notice it at all before. It wasn't just him. Obviously, even the people in country Yaochen thought that Rong Xiao was just a sickly person who couldn't even leave the residence. His Highness Prince Li was really good at hiding his strength. I came here today for no other reason than to hear Mu Hongyu mention it unintentionally. I was curious, so I specially came to meet him. Also, I want to see what kind of person Chu Liyue's fiancé is. Jian Fengqi's words were too straightforward and even seemed a bit provocative. But according to his status, there seemed to be nothing wrong with what he said. After all, even Emperor Jiawen had to be polite to him. When Rong Xiao heard him mention Chu Luyue, his eyes flickered. You went to Vice Admiral Mu's place today. If young Master Jian wishes to see this prince, you can just inform him. This prince will specially invite young Master Jian to be a distinguished guest. Now that they were here, Prince Li's mansion might not be able to entertain them well. Jian Fengqi laughed. This young master has never liked to trouble others. I'll just take care of this small matter myself. Besides, she might not have the time today. Rong Xiao had a thought. Oh. Jian Fengqi suddenly realized something and looked at Rong Xiao with a serious expression. Shortly after, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened and was tainted with a trace of evil. So Prince Li is trying to get information from me? Rong Xiao's expression didn't change. Jian Fengqi was a smart person, and some superficial skills couldn't be hidden from his eyes. Hence, there was no need for him to pretend. Young Master Jian, please tell me where you is now. Rong Jiao returned to the imperial study and presented the ink pearl to Emperor Jiawen. Emperor Jiawen held the ink pearl and looked at it for a while before he knitted his brows. Do you know how to break this thing? Rong Jiao paused and said, there are two types of ink pearls. There are two ways to break the ink pearl. However, I've already tried it before, and it didn't work. It was obvious that the Empress's shocking secret was hidden inside. Once it was broken, the Empress's side would most likely collapse. However, he quickly realized that this ink pearl was different from normal ink pearls. With his own abilities, he couldn't break the contents at all. There seems to be a special seal on this ink pearl, but I'm useless and can't recognize it. Emperor Jiawen stared at the ink pearl and fell into deep thought. If even you can't do it. I'm afraid it's a little troublesome. Rong Jiao had many years of experience in the military, so he should be the best at dealing with such things. However, even he couldn't do anything about it, let alone the others. Looking at Emperor Jiawen's troubled look, Rong Jiao thought for a while and said, Tian Lu is an expert from the Imperial Study Academy. Tian Lu Academy's dean, Elder Yi, is very knowledgeable. Emperor Jiawen paused and shook his head. This is a serious matter, so it's better to be careful. You also have to be careful on your side and not leak any information. Yes. Doubts flashed across Rong Jiao's heart. This matter involves the Empress and the Crown Prince, so it's right for father to be careful. But isn't he being too careful? What kind of person is Elder Yi? Yet, father doesn't even want to tell him. It's as if he's afraid of something. However, Rongjiu was a smart person. Since he could tell what Emperor Xiaofan was thinking, he would naturally go along with it. You can leave first. Emperor Xiaofan put away the ink pearl, leaned against the chair, and waved his hands tiredly. Rongjiu wanted to say something but stopped himself. He wanted to take the ink pearl back and study it in detail, but he swallowed his words in the end. I'll take my leave. After leaving the palace, Rongjiu was still thinking about the ink pearl. Father seems to value that item a lot, but if he can't crack it himself, isn't it useless? Does Father have other thoughts? The more Rongjiu thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Ever since Heptagon Alley, Father's reaction has been very strange. He seemed to know something, but he kept it a secret and only told them to investigate the Empress. Now that the ink pearl incident was out, it was even more obvious. Rongjiu was walking when he suddenly felt that someone was walking toward him. He couldn't help but look up. The person was a slender woman, but most of her face was covered by a white veil. Rongjiu secretly knitted his brows. It's actually Chu Xianmin. She's here to find me. As expected, Chu Xianmin stopped when she was 3 steps away from him and curtsied. Greetings, Third Prince. Chu Xianmin. What are you doing here? Even though Rongjiu wasn't very familiar with Chu Xianmin, he had heard quite a bit of news about her when he returned to the imperial city. Especially, she was Rongjin's concubine. Xianmin has something to discuss with the third prince. Rongjiu knitted his brows. What can Chu Xianmin say to me? Could it be, if you're here to plead for the crown prince, you can go back now? Chu Xianmin lightly shook her head. Third prince, you're mistaken. Even though I'm the crown prince's subordinate, I know the severity of the situation. I'm here today because I have something to tell you. I've been conflicted about this for a long time, but after thinking about it, I still think it's better to tell you. The feeling in Rongjiu's heart grew stronger. But I have a request. Please don't let anyone know that I'm the one who told you this. Chu Xianmin tightly gripped the handkerchief in her hands as if she was very nervous and worried. Rongjiu said, okay. Just say it. Chu Xianmin hesitated for a moment before she lowered her voice and said, previously, I heard the crown prince discussing with eldest princess Situ. He said that he wanted her help to find a way to enter the palace and meet the empress. It should be within these 2 days. Rongjiu's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered the strange sound he heard in the empress's palace. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from iYuan. Chapter 389. Golden Inheritance Peak. Chu Luyue followed Mu Qinghe forward. The surrounding forest was verdant and lush, perfectly concealing the two of them. Other than the occasional sound of the wind blowing the leaves, the surroundings were silent. Soon, a flight of stairs appeared in front of the two of them. Chu Luyue looked up. Layers of stairs were stacked on top of each other, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top. At a glance, it was almost impossible to see the end. It was said that there were a total of 999 steps on this flight of stairs. Golden Inheritance Peak was steep, and it was imaginable how much manpower and resources were needed to build such a flight of stairs. At the top of the mountain was the place where country Yao Chen's emperor worshipped his ancestors every year. Other than the emperor, even the empress didn't have the qualifications to climb to the top of the stairs. She could only stay at the bottom and wait quietly. Chu Luyue couldn't help but glance at Mu Qinghe in front of him. Don't tell me he wants to go to the top. Furthermore, he previously said that he wanted to enter the imperial mausoleum. Chu Luyue only thought of a problem now. Where is the entrance to the imperial mausoleum? Golden Inheritance Peak was surrounded by strict guards, and there was only one flight of stairs on the way up. The imperial mausoleum was buried under Golden Inheritance Peak. After walking for such a distance, she didn't find any suspicious places that could be used as an entrance. Other than the trees, there were only rocks. Mu Qinghe continued to walk up, and Chu Luyue could only continue to follow. The two of them weren't slow, and it didn't take long for them to reach the middle of the mountain. At this point, Mu Qinghe finally turned back to look at Chu Luyue. Other than her slightly flushed cheeks and some fine beads of sweat on her forehead, she didn't look tired at all. This was absolutely impossible for an ordinary rank 2 warrior to do. But to Chu Luyue, it didn't seem to be a difficult task. "Vice Admiral Mu, what's the matter?" Chu Luyue saw that she had stopped and couldn't help but ask curiously. Mu Qinghe said ambiguously. "The strength of your physical body is even stronger than I had expected." Chu Luyue coughed. Actually, she had also noticed this. Not to mention martial artists of the same level, even cultivators of a higher level than her might not be able to match her in this aspect. And this was not something that could be explained by talent. If he wanted to obtain a stronger physical body, he would have to cultivate diligently. Sometimes, he would also need some natural treasures to assist him. Mu Qinghe knew this very well. Perhaps she was starting to have doubts in her heart. Just as Chu Luyue was thinking about how to deal with him, he saw that he didn't say anything and continued to walk up. Chu Luyue didn't say anything and just followed behind him at a leisurely pace. She vaguely felt that Mu Qinghe seemed to be a little anxious. Why was he in such a hurry? Time passed by bit. Chu Luyue and Mu Qinghe finally finished half of the stairs. Chu Luyue's heart trembled as she looked up at the mountain peak in front of her. There was actually an extremely powerful Xian formation at the top of the mountain. She didn't feel it earlier, but when she reached the last few steps, she could clearly feel that the pressure was rapidly increasing with every step she took. A trace of uneasiness faintly surfaced in her heart. However, Mu Qinghe didn't hesitate at all and stepped onto the last step. He reached the top of the mountain. The moment his foot landed, several rays of silver light instantly rose into the air. They swept towards Mu Qinghe. A cold light flashed in Mu Qinghe's hand and a long sword appeared. He quickly raised his sword and slashed down fiercely. Boom! A dull sound suddenly exploded at the top of the mountain. Bang! 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 The numerous streaks of silver light that had rushed to his body instantly dissipated. They transformed into countless rays of light. They scattered in all directions. He actually intended to forcefully break this Xian formation. The commotion at the top of the mountain immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. Someone has trespassed on Golden Inheritance Peak. How is this possible? The barrier outside Golden Inheritance Peak didn't move at all, but the fluctuation just now did indeed come from the top of the mountain. As they spoke, numerous figures instantly rushed up into the air. At the same time, someone finally saw Mu Qinghe and Chu Luyue's figures. There are two people at the top of the mountain? This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Golden Inheritance Peak was heavily guarded. Who exactly was it that dared to silently barge in and even reach the top of the mountain? A black-robed elder shouted in a deep voice. Everyone, listen up. Seal off Golden Inheritance Peak immediately. Don't let those two people escape. His deep and powerful voice reverberated mightily. Yes. The black-robed elder frowned and rushed forward, wanting to see who exactly those two people were. There weren't many people with such strength in country Yaochen, so he didn't know who was so audacious. Unfortunately, due to the cover of the forest on the mountain peak, he couldn't see the two people's faces. He could only vaguely recognize that they seemed to be a man and a woman. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, a series of booming sounds came from the top of the mountain. The black-robed elder was shocked. The Xian formation on the mountain peak had actually been broken by the other party. That was a Xian formation that had been passed down for thousands of years in country Yaochen. How could it be broken so easily? The other party's strength was probably stronger than what he had imagined. Without hesitation, he took out a bamboo tube and injected some force into it. Then, he suddenly threw it into the air. Boom! Bright and dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. At the same time, a deafening sound was heard. Chu Luiyue watched as Mu Qinghe raised her sword and slashed open a path. Frenzied energy fluctuations spread in all directions, almost suffocating her. Mu Qinghe stood in the middle of the turbulence, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Right at this moment, Chu Luiyue heard the shocking sound. When she looked up, she saw the huge fireworks. The other party had discovered them and was already requesting for reinforcements. Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth. Then, she finally took the last step and reached the top of the mountain. Just as she was about to follow Mu Qinghe, the transparent water droplet in her dantian suddenly started to spin. An indescribable summoning suddenly came from beneath her feet. Chu Luiyue was shocked and immediately looked down. This power came from below the mountain? Before she could figure out what was going on, the ground beneath her feet suddenly moved. Chu Luiyue looked over and realized that she had unknowingly stepped on a huge circular plate. This circular plate was embedded on the top of the mountain. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to distinguish it from the ground beside it. It was only at this moment that it started to spin slowly that it became especially obvious. In the next moment, Chu Luiyue's body instantly fell. Mu Qinghe sensed the movement behind her and finally turned around to take a look. She happened to see Chu Luiyue's figure disappear into the circular plate. A strange light flashed across her eyes. In the next moment, she jumped without hesitation. When the black-robed elder rushed over, he realized that there was a huge circular plate on the top of the mountain that was slowly rotating. He was shocked. The Imperial Mausoleum had actually been activated. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 390. Chu Luiyue's body kept falling. Her surroundings were dark, and she couldn't see anything. She could only hear the whistling of the wind. She tried to circulate her force, but she realized that the force in her body seemed to be suppressed, and it flowed very slowly. The surrounding air became more and more viscous, as if she had fallen into a swamp. Her falling speed also gradually slowed down. After an unknown amount of time, she finally landed on the solid ground. She looked around and groped her way up. The ground under her feet was cold and very smooth, as if it was paved with jade. She pursed her lips. There was no light source here, so she had no idea what was going on here. She had to think of something. She suddenly thought of something and raised her hand. A cluster of crimson-red smoke suddenly appeared in his palm. However, before Chu Luiyue could smile, the flames were quickly extinguished. The surroundings fell into darkness again. Chu Luiyue frowned. She had almost forgotten that she couldn't use her force here, so she naturally couldn't summon her force to transform into flames. She stood on the spot for a while without moving. She only pricked up her ears and listened carefully to the movements around her. Drip. Drip. The sound of water dripping could be heard. Chu Luiyue subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Although she still couldn't see anything, the sound of water inexplicably made her feel more at ease. But the next moment, her heart suddenly hung in the air. It had been a while since she fell, so why hadn't she seen Mu Qinghe yet? She remembered that when she fell, Mu Qinghe was following her closely. But now, where was he? Moreover, what was even stranger was that below Golden Inheritance Peak was Country Yaochen's Imperial Mausoleum. Why would there be the sound of water in the Imperial Mausoleum? Just as Chu Luiyue was deep in thought, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Dumpling came over. Unlike before, Dumpling seemed to be a little nervous as it nestled on her shoulder motionlessly. Chu Luiyue sensed its emotions and felt strange. Dumpling had always been bold. Even when facing the level 7 black-winged sky-swallowing python, she did not shrink back. She even dared to curse at the legendary three-eyed eagle. She had always been fearless. What happened this time? Chu Luyue patted its head to comfort it. Dumpling grabbed her clothes and snuggled up to her tightly. Suddenly, Chu Luyue had an idea. With a thought, something suddenly appeared in her palm. Heavenly Square Cauldron. This thing was small and exquisite, so it fit perfectly in her palm. And inside, the transparent karmic fire was burning. There was only a black shadow in the middle. That was the soul of the legendary three-eyed eagle. The surroundings were instantly illuminated by the flames. Chu Luyue's lips curved up. It really works. Since this heavenly square sacred cauldron could suppress a divine beast, it must be extremely powerful. Chu Luyue thought that perhaps the hellfire inside could resist the suppression here. The result was as expected. After a moment, the legendary three-eyed eagle's incredulous voice was heard. Why you actually used the heavenly square sacred cauldron to light up the place? Because of the shock, its voice was trembling slightly. It never expected that the first time it officially left Chu Luyue's dantian would be in such a situation. Does Chu Luyue know what the heavenly square sacred cauldron is? Yes. Make the best use of it. Chu Luyue did not care at all, and her voice was light. The legendary three-eyed eagle was speechless. Chu Luyue ignored it and looked around. The surroundings were empty. There was actually nothing. But the ground was actually paved with green and white jade. Chu Luyue was slightly shocked. Green and white jade was very precious, but it was actually used to pave the ground here. And it seemed that it was not only used in this small area. Just this alone was worth more than a city. Country Yaochen actually used so much money to build the imperial mausoleum. It was really generous. I really don't know what it will be like inside. Chu Luyue carefully felt the subtle calling and finally chose a direction and walked forward. Tap. 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 In the silent space, Chu Luyue's footsteps were exceptionally clear. Gradually, the sound of water dripping seemed to become louder. Chu Luyue held the heavenly square sacred cauldron tightly in his hand and continued walking forward. Bang! Accompanied by a dull collision, the mace in the black-robed elder's hand finally could not withstand it and cracked. He anxiously threw the broken mace to the side and looked at the disc that was still spinning in front of him. It was not damaged at all. His face was filled with sorrow. Elder Zhongqi, this disc was personally forged by the ancestor. Ordinary items can't open it at all, that's right. Let's find another way. If it really doesn't work, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for His Majesty to come personally. The few people standing at the side finally could not help but speak. Zhongqi shouted in annoyance. Of course I know this. He had been guarding this place for decades. How could he not know this? But if they did not think of a solution as soon as possible, how were they going to explain it to His Majesty? Under heavy guard, someone actually trespassed into Golden Inheritance Peak and even climbed to the top to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. It would not be enough even if all of them died 100 times. Wait. If we really wait for His Majesty to come, everyone here will have to bear the consequences. The few of them looked at each other and fell silent. Zhongqi stared at the disc hatefully. Did anyone see the appearance of those two people just now? No one answered. Zhongqi closed his eyes. He was the fastest to rush over at that time. Even he did not see them, let alone the others. Everyone, stay here and guard it. I don't believe that they won't come out. Huge fireworks bloomed in the sky above the imperial city. Rong Xiu's eyes narrowed as an extremely cold murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Mu Qinghe actually brought you, to the imperial mausoleum. He immediately said. Young Master Jian, I still have something to deal with. I'll take my leave first today. After saying that, he lifted his feet and left. Jian Fengqi was stunned for a moment before he raised his head to look at the sky. What kind of signal was that just now? From the looks of it, the commotion caused was not small. He thought of something and the corners of his mouth curled up into an impudent smile. Princely, are you going to the place where the fireworks are released? It just so happens that I have nothing to do. How about I go with you? Rong Xiao suddenly looked back and quietly glanced at Jian Fengqi. In an instant, a biting cold and terrifying murderous intent swept toward Jian Fengqi. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 391. Jian Fengqi's body tensed up instinctively. Force quickly gathered in his palm. But in the next moment, the murderous intent disappeared inexplicably, as if it had never appeared. Rong Xiao smiled faintly. Please help yourself, young Master Jian. Then, he turned around and left without hesitation. Jian Fengqi stood rooted to the ground for a while. What? What happened just now? At that moment, he only felt a strong murderous intent erupt from Rong Xiao, but it disappeared so quickly that he almost thought that he had seen wrongly. But how could he make a mistake on such a matter? Looking at Rong Xiao's disappearing figure, Jian Fengqi raised his eyebrows slightly. This princely seems to be more unfathomable than I imagined. He turned around and looked at the fireworks in the sky. There was only one last trace of fireworks left. Everyone in the imperial capital could see it clearly. No matter who sent this signal, something big must have happened. Jian Fengqi touched his chin. Could it really be that Mu Qinghe caused the commotion? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little interested. Previously, when Mu Qinghe wanted to come to country Yaochen, he felt that it was a little strange. Even if the higher-ups ordered to find a genius with an Earth-class Yuan meridian, with Mu Qinghe's status, there was no need for her to do it personally. She could just send someone to do it. But Mu Qinghe still came. And these few days, Mu Qinghe had been leaving early and returning late. He had no idea what she was doing. Thinking of this, he simply turned around and headed in that direction. Chu Luyue held the heavenly square cauldron in her hand and slowly moved forward in the darkness. After walking for some time, she finally saw a wall. Chu Luyue looked up to take a closer look and realized that it was really a dead end. The greenish-black stone wall completely blocked the path ahead. Chu Luyue frowned slightly. Could it be that she had walked into a dead end? However, she soon realized that the sound of water droplets was coming from the stone wall in front of her. She moved closer and saw that there was a small semicircular hole above the stone wall. A metal cylinder poked out at an angle. Water droplets were flowing out from it, dripping down drop by drop. Patter. Patter. In the quiet space, the sound of water droplets was particularly clear. Chu Luyue looked down and saw a shallow groove at the bottom of the stone wall. A bay of water quietly flowed within. Chu Luyue looked to both sides and found that the groove extended all the way into the darkness, with no end in sight. She raised the heavenly square cauldron again. This time, she finally saw clearly that there seemed to be some kind of pattern drawn around the metal cylinder. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, but the content on it could no longer be seen clearly. Only a vague outline was left. Chu Luyue stared at it for a while, but he was still unable to determine what it was. He could only put it aside for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was to find a way to leave this place. Chu Luyue knocked on the stone wall and found that it was indeed solid and extraordinarily thick. It was definitely not something that she could break open by force alone. Then, she carefully checked it again, but did not find any mechanism. Could it be that she could only go back the way she came? Chu Luyue frowned. She clearly felt that there was something behind the stone wall that was attracting her. She was unwilling to give up just like that. Besides, even if she went back, how was she going to return to the top of the mountain? Not to mention that she could not fly now. Even if she could, this strange space suppression would prevent her from using it. Patter. Patter. The water droplets fell at a very uniform speed. Chu Luiyue looked at the metal cylinder again. If the water was flowing out from inside, then what kind of scene was it inside? All of a sudden, Tuanzi jumped onto the metal cylinder. Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. Dumpling. You can't bite this casually. Who knew what was going on in the Imperial Mausoleum? If they rashly destroyed the stone wall, it might cause trouble. There had always been many things to pay attention to in the mausoleum, especially in the Imperial Mausoleum. It could be said that it was filled with traps. Chu Luiyue did not want to lose her life here. Dumpling shook its head, a look of disdain in its eyes. I have a lot of requirements, okay? Why would I just bite anything I see? Then, Dumpling pointed at the metal cylinder under its feet and hugged it with its claws. Chu Luiyue suddenly understood. You want me to turn this thing? Dumpling immediately nodded excitedly. Chu Luiyue hesitated. This thing shouldn't be moved, right? Although she said that, she still stretched out her hand. The metal cylinder was cold to the touch, and a chill instantly spread to the bottom of her heart. Chu Luiyue held her breath and focused, gently turning it. Crack! The metal cylinder actually moved. Chu Luiyue suppressed the shock in her heart and slowly turned it along with the force. When the metal cylinder turned 180 degrees, Chu Luiyue finally heard a crisp sound. It seemed to be the sound of the built-in buckle fitting. Chu Luiyue let go of her hand, and in the next moment, on the stone wall in front of her, golden starlight suddenly appeared. Those starlight were like stars in the dark night, bright and dazzling. Chu Luiyue raised her hand to cover her eyes, but from the corner of her eye, she saw that the golden starlight gradually connected into a line. Then, a huge and strange pattern was drawn. Chu Luiyue was shocked. This was clearly the blurry pattern she saw earlier. At this moment, the light lit up, and the outline gradually became clear. Chu Luiyue's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by something, and she stared at it without blinking. That was, boom! Before she could see it clearly, the stone wall suddenly split from the middle of the metal cylinder. A dazzling white light shot out from it. Chu Luiyue's eyes instantly turned white. Dumpling jumped back onto her shoulder and grabbed her clothes tightly. After a while, the surrounding movements gradually quieted down. Chu Luiyue also gradually adapted to the white light, and she focused her eyes to look inside. When she saw the scene in front of her, she finally couldn't help but gasp. He saw a wide river flickering with silver light flowing through the sky. The starlight in the river shone brightly, illuminating the entire space. Just now, when Chu Luiyue opened the stone wall, the white light she felt came from here. Chu Luiyue opened her eyes wide in shock. That river floated in the air, clear and clean, but also shining brightly. At a glance, it looked like the Milky Way in the dark night. Dazzling and magnificent. At the bottom of the river, there was a spacious square. A lonely golden throne was quietly placed in the center. However, that wasn't what shocked Chu Luiyue the most. That was because, a man was sitting on that golden throne. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 392. There was actually someone in the Imperial Mausoleum that had been sealed for thousands of years. Chu Luiyue was shocked. At the same time, she quickly sized up the man. After seeing him clearly, she realized that something was wrong. This man did not seem to be a living person. He was tall and wore a black robe with golden dragon patterns embroidered on his chest and cuffs. He looked noble and dignified. At a glance, this man was about 40 years old, but he was elegant and had an outstanding temperament. It could still be seen that when he was young, he must have been a rare handsome man. It was just that, his eye sockets were actually pure black. Chu Luiyue could not help but stare at those eyes. They were two dark vortexes. On the surface, they looked calm and peaceful, but in the depths, one could see the changes of life and death and the disappearance of stars. "Who are you?" The man looked at Chu Liyue and slowly asked in a deep voice. Chu Liyue's mind suddenly became drowsy. Waves of fatigue surged up, and her entire mind seemed to relax. "Chu Liyue," she replied in a low voice. The large space suddenly quieted down. After a moment, the man asked again. "No, you are not Chu Liyue." His voice seemed to carry some kind of indescribable power. It fell heavily in her ears and reached the bottom of her heart. Chu Liyue shook her head. Her voice was firm. "I am Chu Liyue. This body, this appearance, if she was not Chu Liyue, who was she?" The man suddenly laughed, as if he had heard a joke. "Look up." Chu Liyue looked up and saw the slowly flowing river across the sky. Countless stars were reflected in her eyes, making her look resplendent. Suddenly, those lights dissipated. The river swayed, and a scene seemed to appear in front of her. Chu Liyue's brows furrowed. It was a cliff. On the cliff that extended from the cliff, there was an octagonal pavilion. The white mountain mist drifted here and there, adding a bit of spiritual energy to this precipitous land. In the octagonal pavilion, a black-clothed man stood with his hands behind his back. The mountain wind blew, lifting up the corners of his clothes. He looked like an immortal who was about to fly away with the wind. Chu Liyue looked at his back and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She seemed to have seen this person before. When she saw the cliff and the octagonal pavilion, she didn't feel any sense of unfamiliarity. It was as if she had already been there. There seemed to be something surging at the bottom of her heart, as if it was about to break out, but she couldn't make it clear. This made her feel like her heart was in a mess, adding to her anxiety for no reason. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to call out the black-clothed man's name. But she seemed to have become a mute, unable to make a sound. There seemed to be a ball of fire burning in the bottom of her heart, making her extremely anxious. Chu Liyue anxiously wanted to speak, but just as he managed to spit out a word, he saw the black-clothed man suddenly turn sideways. Chu Liyue suddenly paused and stared intently. However, just as she was about to see the man's face, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand. Chu Liyue was jolted awake. Looking down, she realized that Dumpling had bitten her hand hard. Dark red blood gradually seeped out of the wound, waking her up completely. What happened to her just now? She actually fell into the other party's dangerous situation so easily. "Dumpling, thank you. Just now, I almost," Chu Liyue said softly, but suddenly stopped. Almost what? Why was she rejoicing in the depths of her heart? This feeling rarely appeared to her. Usually, she would only feel this way when she was trying to avoid making a big mistake. But, in that situation just now, although her mental defenses were almost broken, it didn't seem to have anything to do with her biggest secret. Why did she have the illusion that she had survived a disaster? Chu Liyue looked up again. The suspended river had returned to its original state, and the scene on it had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Including that cliff, that octagonal pavilion, and that man. Chu Liyue pursed her lips. She was so eager to see the man's appearance. This had never happened before. She suppressed the waves in her heart, clenched her fists, and looked at the man on the throne. "Do you think that you can trap me with such an illusion?" The black-clothed man's face revealed a meaningful smile. "Do you think that was an illusion?" Chu Liyue's heart sank. All the scenes that appeared in the weak water came from your memory. Whatever you are thinking, it will naturally reflect what you are thinking. A low and slow voice sounded, and every word was like a clap of thunder. Chu Liyue's body tensed up. If that was the case, the scene she saw just now was real. But in her past life and present life, there was no such scene in the memory of her two lives. "I don't even know your identity, how can I believe what you say?" Chu Luyue sneered, I can be sure that I have never seen that scene. Your method of lying is a little too clumsy. Oh? Are you really sure? The man seemed unmoved, and calmly continued to ask. Chu Luyue's heart jumped, and she secretly gritted her teeth. Rationally, she believed that every word she said was correct, because she really did not remember that scene. However, in the depths of her heart, there was a faint uncertainty. Because everything she saw just now had an indescribable sense of familiarity. Especially the man standing with his hands behind his back. She only saw a back view, but had the urge to call his name. If she really had not seen it before, how could this be? You don't know my identity, but I know who you are. The black-clothed man raised his eyes, staring at Chu Luyue with a confident smile. It was as if everything was under his control. Who exactly are you? Chu Luyue shouted in a deep voice. You will naturally know when you find me. The man said, and suddenly stood up. I'll wait for you. Then, without waiting for Chu Luyue to react, his figure instantly turned into countless silver stars and flew into the river in midair. Without a trace. Chu Luyue came back to her senses after a while. That black-clothed man, left just like that? He said that he would find him. Where could she find him? She couldn't possibly enter that river too, right? On one hand, she couldn't go up at all. On the other hand, who knew what would happen if she entered? Chu Luyue pondered for a moment, and finally decided to continue forward, heading towards the throne in the middle. Other than the throne, there was nothing else here. If she couldn't find any clues on it, then she would really have a headache. Chu Luyue walked step by step, and finally stood in front of the throne. Suddenly, her eyes focused, and she carefully stared at the back of the throne. In the middle position, there was a line of words, east of the weak water, gold. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 393. In the Palace. Rongjio took big strides toward the imperial study. All the palace maids he met on the way greeted him respectfully. Now that the crown prince and empress were under house arrest, His Majesty had handed many things to the third prince. Everyone could tell that the imperial city was about to change. But seeing Rongjio's tense face, the palace maids didn't dare to say anything as if something important had happened. Rongjio walked quickly, and he was frustrated. No matter how much I calculated, I didn't realize that Situ Xingqian was also in the Empress's palace back then. If I was more careful back then, I would have definitely noticed something amiss. Perhaps, I could have walked forward and pulled the screen aside to discover Situ Xingqian. But I didn't. Things had been going too smoothly these few days, so I was so careless that I forgot about this person's existence. At first, I didn't care about it, but thinking about it now, I feel that there's something fishy going on. Situ Xingqian and Rong Jin had a marriage agreement, but she didn't ask to cancel it even after Rong Jin got into trouble. What else could it be if she didn't have a motive? Situ Xingqian must know something, so she's willing to help the Empress and Rong Jin. I actually didn't think of checking on Situ Xingqian before this. Before he reached the imperial study, Rongjio heard hurried footsteps in front of him. He looked up and saw Emperor Jiawen, who was walking at the very front. Emperor Jiawen's expression was dark and vicious, which he had never seen before, and it had an intense murderous aura. Rongjio was shocked. What's going on now? Greetings, father. Rongjio quickly walked forward and bowed. Emperor Jiawen saw Rongjio and knitted his brows. Why are you still in the palace? At this time, Rongjio should have left the palace. Rongjio immediately said, Father, I'm sorry. Imperial father, I have returned because I have something important to tell you immediately. Emperor Jiawen didn't stop and continued walking forward. Wait for me to come back. As he spoke, he had already walked past Rongjio. Rongjio was dazed. What's going on? Father, I really have something urgent. Io, third prince, you should wait first. Eunuch Min walked to Rongjio's side, waved his horsetail whisk, and persuaded him. Can't you see how anxious His Majesty is right now? In short, His Majesty is definitely not in the mood to listen to what you have to say. Please wait patiently for now. Rongjio asked suspiciously. Eunuch Min, please give me some pointers. This imperial father seems to be in a hurry. What exactly is he going to do? You still don't know? Eunuch Min blurted out in shock. He quickly looked around, pointed to the sky, and said in a low voice, "That's right. You didn't see the commotion just now?" Rongjio was dazed for a moment before he understood. That's news from the Imperial Mausoleum. How could His Majesty not be anxious? Eunuch Min slapped his thigh. This old servant has to leave now. Your Highness, you should do as you see fit. Eunuch Min then immediately chased after Emperor Xiaofan. Rongjio stood rooted to the ground as his heart stirred. After his conversation with Chu Xianmin, he was filled with shock, anger, and regret. He didn't have time to think before he returned to the palace. When he walked on the road, he also noticed the gigantic firework. Of course, he knew that it was used to send messages, but he didn't realize that it was a warning from the Imperial Mausoleum because all his attention was on Situ Xingchen. This meant that something had happened to the Imperial Mausoleum. Even though Rongjio wasn't in the Imperial City most of the time, he knew that Golden Inheritance Peak, where the Imperial Mausoleum was, had always been heavily guarded. Now that they suddenly received this news, they must have met with big trouble. It would be strange if Emperor Xiaofan wasn't anxious. Just as Rongjio was thinking about whether he should go back to the Empress's palace to take a look and confirm if Situ Xingchen had gone there, Emperor Xiaofan, who had just left, was stopped by someone again. This time, the person who came was a guard in armor. He rushed all the way here with a panicked expression as he directly knelt in front of Emperor Xiaofan and miserably shouted, "Your Highness! Your Majesty! Bad news!" Emperor Xiaofan felt that his head was heavily hammered, and his head hurt. Bad news? Something has happened to the Imperial Mausoleum. What could be worse than this? Speak! Hollered Emperor Xiaofan as he was forced to stand still. That guard knelt on the floor, and his body shivered. Your Majesty, Her Majesty! Her Majesty has passed away. The surroundings suddenly fell into dead silence. Emperor Xiaofan's expression froze. Upon hearing this, Rongjio looked up and saw that the guard was indeed the person in charge of guarding the Empress's palace. Did he just say, that the Empress has passed away? An ominous feeling surged in Rongjio's heart. He hurriedly walked to that guard's side. What did you just say? Say it again. That guard was shocked by his sudden questioning as he shivered and said with a trembling voice, Her Majesty. Her Majesty, Her Majesty, killed herself. Useless. Emperor Xiaofan finally reacted as he harshly kicked that guard's heart. Didn't I say that no matter what, I have to take good care of the Empress? It wouldn't be enough even if the Empress died 1,000 times for what she did. However, he still had many things that he hadn't asked clearly. Now that she suddenly died, what should he do next? You. What exactly did you do? That guard endured the pain as he fearfully said, Your Majesty, we've been guarding outside the palace. Your Majesty, we've been standing guard outside, and we'll go in to check every hour. But Her Majesty actually hit the wall for some reason. When we heard the commotion, Her Majesty was already. Actually, we're also very wronged. The Empress has been in the same state for the past few days. Even if she's going through excruciating torture, she's still holding on. Who would have thought that she would suddenly kill herself? She was determined, and she hit the wall very harshly. Her face and head were all covered in blood, and her skull was about to split open. How could we have predicted this? Emperor Xiaofan was already anxious because of what happened to the imperial mausoleum. Now that he heard this news, he felt the blood in his chest rumble as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty!" "Father!" Eunuch Min and Rongjiu immediately gasped. Eunuch Min was originally standing beside Emperor Xiaofan, and he hurriedly supported his shaky body. "Your Majesty! You must take care of your body." Under the contrast of the blood at the corner of his lips, Emperor Xiaofan's face looked even paler. He stared at that guard with a deadly gaze and enunciated every word clearly. "Who went to the Empress's palace today? I'm certain that the Empress didn't suddenly commit suicide. There must be a deeper reason behind this." A thought suddenly flashed across Rongjiu's mind. Could it be Situ Xingchen? That guard's voice trembled. "Why, Your Majesty, today, only the third prince went to the Empress's palace alone." Rongjiu was shocked. He suddenly turned to look at that guard. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 394. That guard didn't dare to look up at Rongjiu as he quickly continued speaking. The third prince entered the palace and seemed to have an argument with the Empress. However, we didn't dare to barge in, so we waited outside. Not long after the third prince left, the Empress. Emperor Xiaofan looked at Rongjiu coldly. Rongjiu went to see the Empress today and found the ink pearl. It's normal for him to fight with the Empress. But, why would the Empress suddenly want to die? Could it really be related to Rongjiu? Rongjiu's heart sank. Emperor Xiaofan is indeed suspecting me. That guard's words just now were too persuasive. He clearly did it on purpose. Rongjiu boomed. "Imperial Father, I can swear that this matter has nothing to do with me. Other than me, there's another person who went to the Empress's palace today." Emperor Xiaofan immediately asked, "Who?" Rongjiu took a deep breath in. "Situ Xingchen." Surprise flashed across Emperor Xiaofan's eyes. "Situ Xingchen? Why is she here?" Emperor Xiaofan immediately looked at that guard. "Did Situ Xingchen go to the Empress's palace today?" The guard shook his head. "Nope." His expression was sincere, and he didn't look like he was lying. The uneasiness in Rongjiu's heart intensified. He raised his voice, and his tone became much harsher as he shouted at that guard, "Do you know that lying to His Majesty is a capital offense?" The guard seemed to be startled and shrank back a little. "I don't dare to lie to Your Majesty. Everything I said before is true." Rongjiu felt suffocated. When he entered the Empress's palace, he didn't ask if anyone else came. Back then, he didn't discover Situ Xingchen in time. Now that the Empress is dead, Situ Xingchen must have left. If this guard insists, no, that group of guards all say the same thing, then I can't find any evidence to prove that Situ Xingchen was there. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Father, you can send someone to check the palace entrance records. Situ Xingchen must have come to the palace today." Emperor Xiaofan looked at Eunuch Min, "Immediately send someone to check." "Yes." Then, Emperor Xiaofan took a deep breath. "Lock down the Empress's palace immediately. No one is allowed to come near except for me. Also, seal off the news. If this gets out." He didn't finish his words, but the threat in his eyes was clear. Then, Emperor Xiaofan turned around and planned to head to the imperial mausoleum. After taking 2 steps, his body swayed and he almost fell. Eunuch Min quickly caught her and couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, why don't you rest in the palace for a while? Your current body." Emperor Xiaofan shook his head, clenched his teeth, and walked forward. What kind of place was the imperial mausoleum? That was the burial ground of country Yao Chen's ancestors. If something really happened that could not be salvaged, then he would become a sinner for all eternity. For so many years, the imperial mausoleum had never had any abnormalities. That was why the warning fireworks had frightened him so much. The death of the Empress was also a big deal, especially when there were still many unsolved mysteries. But that still couldn't be compared to the Imperial Mausoleum. Rongjiu took 2 steps forward. "Father, why don't I go with you?" Emperor Jiawen rejected him without even turning his head. "No need. Go back and stay there. Put down the things in your hands first. When I come back, I'll settle it." "Father," Rongjiu still wanted to defend himself, but Emperor Jiawen clearly didn't want to hear it. Eunuch Min shot Rongjiu a look, telling him not to anger His Majesty at this time. Helpless, Rongjiu could only stop in his tracks and watch as Emperor Jiawen's figure disappeared in front of him. He could still vaguely hear Emperor Jiawen and Eunuch Min's conversation. "Have you informed Elder Yi?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Elder Yi has already received the news, and I believe he's already heading to the Imperial Mausoleum. With Elder Yi around, you don't have to be too worried." The voice gradually became softer until it couldn't be heard. Rongjiu slowly clenched his fists in his sleeves as he turned to look at that guard. A murderous intent that was filled with a thick blood aura enveloped the guard. Third Prince, please calm down." That guard clearly sensed the danger as he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Calm down?" Rongjiu's lips curved up into a mocking smile. "You framed me to this extent, and you still dare to ask I to calm down? Speak. Who told you to say this?" That guard didn't admit it. "Third Prince, I didn't lie, and I didn't frame you. You've really misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Then, Situ Xingchen going to the Empress's palace today was also a misunderstanding? Seeing that Rongjiu's aura was getting scarier, that guard guiltily shifted his gaze away and said very softly, "Third Prince, I've already said it several times. Your Highness, this humble one has already said it many times. Today, other than you, no one else has entered the Empress Palace. Why don't you believe me? His Majesty has already ordered for a thorough investigation. If you don't believe me, you can personally ask around and see if anyone in the palace saw eldest Princess Situ enter the palace today. Won't everything be clear then?" Hearing this, Rongjiu suddenly reacted. No. Since he dared to deny it in front of everyone and even dared to take the initiative to ask someone to investigate, it must be because he made sufficient preparations. Or perhaps, the other party dug a hole for me to jump into. Rongjiu's heart was filled with deep hatred and hatred. I didn't expect Situ Xingchen's methods to be so terrifying. Perhaps, even the Empress's death has something to do with her. Rongjiu originally wanted to go to the Empress's palace to personally see what was going on, but Emperor Jiawen had already ordered him to go back, so he naturally couldn't do anything. He bent down, grabbed that guard's collar, and said word by word, "Today, I'll pay you back. I will remember today's score." Princely Mansion. After Rongxiu got rid of Jian Fengqi, he planned to quickly rush to the Imperial Mausoleum. Umo followed closely behind. Seeing that he was planning to leave like this, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you going to leave? Master, are you going just like this?" Rongxiu paused. Since something happened in the Imperial Mausoleum, many people would definitely head there. Especially Emperor Jiawen. If they saw that Prince Li, who should be resting in his residence, also appeared in the Imperial Mausoleum, I wonder how they would react. Rongxiu closed his eyes. I was too anxious, so I actually forgot such a simple thing. Once he thought of you being in the Imperial Mausoleum, his heart seemed to be suspended in midair. He was filled with anxiety and torment, and he couldn't wait to run over immediately. He turned around and glanced at Umo, "Go and inform Yan Gu. He naturally knows what to do." "Yes. But... Master, your side, I know what I'm doing." "I understand." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 395. Along with this loud noise, the ground around the throne actually cracked open. With the throne as the center, the cracks spread out in all directions. Then, something gushed out from the cracks. Chu Luyue looked over and realized that it was actually golden sand. Countless grains of sand that glowed with a faint golden light gushed out from the ground like spring water. However, these grains of sand didn't spread out in all directions. Instead, they gradually accumulated upwards. Chu Luyue realized that those weren't real grains of sand, but crystal fragments. Those tiny crystal fragments gradually gathered together and formed a strange pentagonal crystal that was the size of a fingernail. And these pentagonal crystals were connected to each other and accumulated layer by layer. The thin crystals weren't all tightly connected. On the contrary, most of them were spaced apart, as if they were formed according to some strange law. Soon, a golden fence-like crystal wall appeared in front of Chu Luyue. Not only this one. The same scene was playing out in the cracks at the side. Chu Luyue knew that she couldn't continue to sit and wait for death. Otherwise, when the golden crystal wall accumulated, it would be several times more difficult for her to get out. She immediately stood up, intending to leave the throne. However, the moment she stood up, all the movements around her suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had pressed the button to stop time, stopping everything. Chu Luyue paused and her expression turned serious. Then, she cautiously took a step forward. Buzz! A faint buzzing sound was suddenly heard. The void in front of her suddenly rippled. Streaks of golden lines spread out like water ripples before disappearing completely. However, Chu Luyue was greatly shocked. There was actually an additional barrier here. Moreover, from the probing just now, this barrier was absolutely not something that she could break through at her current level. She looked to the side and tried twice. Sure enough, the entire throne was shrouded in a sealed enchantment. Chu Luyue sat back on the throne. Everything around her immediately returned to normal. The sound of fine sand flowing could be heard. The bright golden light illuminated the entire space as if it was 100 suns. However, Chu Luyue's heart gradually sank to the bottom. Looking around, the walls made of thin golden crystals were already taller than a person. Overall, it looked like a zigzagging maze. And she was trapped in the middle of this maze. Bang! Tuanzi suddenly jumped out and rushed straight to the bounded domain. With a muffled sound, Dumpling was bounced back. Chu Luyue caught it with her sharp eyes. Dumpling rubbed her head. It hurts. Dumpling, are you all right? Chu Luyue asked worriedly. Tuanzi didn't give up. She got up and flew towards the boundary again. At the same time, she opened her mouth and fiercely. Crack! The corner of Chu Luyue's eyes twitched. This sound. Why does it sound a little wrong? Seeing that Dumpling seemed to be stuck to the barrier and didn't move at all, Chu Luyue couldn't help but shout, Dumpling. Dumpling still didn't react, but Chu Luyue saw that its tail trembled slightly. She became more and more worried. She reached out and grabbed Dumpling. Dumpling immediately covered its face with its claws. Chu Luyue pushed its claws away. What's wrong, you? Her voice stopped abruptly. The human and the beast looked at each other. In order to alleviate the awkwardness, Dumpling bared its teeth and smiled. Looking at Dumpling's little white teeth that were dyed red, Chu Luyue was silent for a moment. Did you break your teeth? Dumpling hurriedly covered its mouth and shook its head desperately. No, no. It was just that I bit too hard, my teeth were a little loose, and I bled a little. Chu Luyue was speechless. She sighed helplessly and patted Dumpling's head gently. Then, she looked at the faint golden barrier in front of her. She knew how powerful Dumpling's teeth were, but now, even Dumpling couldn't do anything about this barrier. With her current strength, how could she get out? Chu Luyue frowned and pondered for a long time. She subconsciously leaned back. Her back suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Oh right, she almost forgot that there were words on the back of the backrest. Wait. Chu Liuyue's eyes suddenly lit up. What was written on it just now? East of the weak water, metal. Metal, heaven and earth were chaotic, and the 5 elements were born. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Could it be that this metal referred to the 5 elements? The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. Among them, fire could restrain metal. She placed Dumpling on her shoulder and took out the heavenly square cauldron again. The transparent karmic fire burned quietly inside. Then, Chu Luyue held her breath and focused all her attention and energy on the heavenly square cauldron. The fire moved according to his heart. With a hong sound, the transparent karmic fire instantly rose up. It pounced toward the barrier. Whoosh! The two met and let out an ear-piercing sound. That faintly golden barrier actually started to burn. While Chu Luyue was dealing with all kinds of situations in the Imperial Mausoleum, it was peaceful outside Golden Inheritance Peak. Zhongqi and the rest stood at the top of the mountain and stared at the slowly rotating circular plate with gloomy expressions. Ever since the two of them disappeared, there were no more movements. They couldn't enter the Imperial Mausoleum from this circular plate and could only watch it rotate from the side. There was nothing they could do. No one knew what the situation in the Imperial Mausoleum was like. The quieter it was, the more uneasy they felt. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air was heard. Zhongqi immediately looked up. When he saw who it was, he immediately went forward happily. Old Man Yi. It was Yi Zhiding. He was originally repairing Jiuyo Tower in the academy when he suddenly saw the warning fireworks. He knew that something had happened in the Imperial Mausoleum, so he rushed over. Yi Zhiding was about to speak when he saw the circular plate slowly rotating at the top of the mountain. He couldn't help but be shocked. The Imperial Mausoleum has been activated? Zhongqi's lips moved, and he lowered his head. Old Man Yi, please forgive us. It's all because of our incompetence. That's why those two people took advantage of the loophole. Yi Zhiding's expression was solemn. 2 people? Have you confirmed their identities? Zhongqi looked ashamed. We couldn't. They moved too quickly. By the time we discovered them, they were already at the top of the mountain and had directly activated the Imperial Mausoleum. We didn't have time. Yi Zhiding was even more confused. How is this possible? Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier can't be opened without the key. How did they enter silently? Zhongqi and the rest fell silent. Yi Zhiding suddenly paused. Could it be that those 2 people have the key to Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier? But there's only one key, and it's always been in His Majesty's hands. Someone stole His Majesty's key. Digression, the chapter number is wrong. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI. Net. Chapter 396. In the Palace. Rongjiu strode quickly towards the imperial study. Along the way, the palace servants greeted him respectfully. Now that the Crown Prince and the Empress were under house arrest, His Majesty had delegated many tasks to His Royal Highness. Everyone could see that the situation in the capital was about to change. However, when they saw Rongjiu's tense expression, they did not dare to say anything. Rongjiu walked quickly, his heart full of regret. Despite all his calculations, he did not notice that Situ Xingqian was also in the Empress's palace at that time. If he had been more careful at that time, he would definitely have noticed that something was wrong. Or, if he had taken a step forward and pulled open the screen, he would have found Situ Xingqian. However, he did not. Things had been progressing too smoothly in the past few days, so much so that he had forgotten about the existence of this person. At first, he did not pay much attention to it, but now that he thought about it, he felt that there was a mystery everywhere. Situ Xingchen and Rong Jin were engaged, and even after Rong Jin's accident, he did not ask to cancel the engagement. If this was not a conspiracy, then what was it? Situ Xingchen must know something, and that was why he was willing to help the Empress and Rong Jin. Before this, he had not thought of investigating Situ Xingchen. Before he reached the imperial study, Rong Jiu suddenly heard a sudden rush of footsteps in front of him. He looked up and saw Emperor Jiawen walking at the front. Emperor Jiawen's expression was gloomy and fierce like he had never seen before, with a strong murderous aura. Rong Jiu was shocked. What had happened this time? "Greetings, father." Rong Jiu quickly stepped forward and bowed. When Emperor Jiawen saw Rong Jiu, he frowned. "Why are you still in the palace?" At this time, Rong Jiu should have already left the palace. Rong Jiu immediately said, "Father, I have returned because I have something important to tell you immediately." Emperor Jiawen did not stop and continued to walk forward. "Whatever it is, wait for me to come back." As he spoke, he had already passed by Rong Jiu. Rong Jiu was stunned. What was going on? "Father, I really have an urgent matter. Oh, Your Highness, please wait for a while." Eunuch Min walked to Rong Jiu and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, trying to persuade her. "Don't you see how anxious His Majesty is? Anyway, His Majesty is definitely not in the mood to listen to what you have to say. Please wait patiently for the time being." Rong Jiu asked suspiciously, "Eunuch Min, please enlighten me. This father seems to be in a hurry. What is he going to do? You still don't know?" Eunuch Min blurted out in shock. He quickly looked around, pointed to the sky, and said in a low voice, "That's right." He lowered his voice and said, "Didn't you see that movement just now?" Rong Jiu was stunned for a moment and then understood. That news came from the mausoleum. How could His Majesty not be anxious? Eunuch Min slapped his thigh. "This old servant has to leave quickly. Your Third Highness, you should do as you see fit." After that, Eunuch Min immediately chased after Emperor Jiawen. Rong Jiu stood on the spot, his heart pounding. After talking to Chu Xianmin, he was filled with shock, anger, and regret. He had returned to the palace before he could think of anything else. While walking on the road, he also noticed the huge firework. Of course, he knew that it was used to send a message, but because he was so focused on Situ Xingchen, he did not realize that it was a warning from the direction of the mausoleum. It meant that something had happened to the mausoleum. Although Rong Jiu was not in the capital, he knew that the gold pillar peak where the mausoleum was located had always been heavily guarded. Now that this news had come, it must be a big problem. It would be strange if Emperor Jiawen was not anxious. Just as Rong Jiu was pondering whether he should go back to the Empress Palace to check if Situ Xingchen had been there, Emperor Jiawen, who had just left, was intercepted again. This time, the person who came was an armored guard. He had rushed all the way here, and his expression was one of panic. He directly knelt in front of Emperor Jiawen and cried out in panic. "Your Majesty! Bad news!" Emperor Jiawen felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. His head was hurting. Bad news? Something had happened to the mausoleum. What could be worse than this? "Speak!" Zenith Emperor was forced to stand still and shouted in a deep voice. The guard knelt on the ground, his body shivering. "Your Majesty, the Empress is dead." Suddenly, there was a dead silence. Emperor Jiawen's expression suddenly froze. Rong Jiu heard the voice and looked up. He saw that the guard was indeed the one in charge of guarding the Empress Palace. Did he just say, the Empress was dead? An ominous premonition surged in Rong Jiu's heart. He strode quickly to the side of the guard. "What did you just say? Say it again." The guard was startled by his sudden question. He shrank back a little before replying in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. The Empress killed herself. Useless." Emperor Jiawen finally reacted and viciously kicked the guard in the chest. "Didn't I say that no matter what, we must keep an eye on the Empress? The Empress deserved to die 1,000 times for what she had done." However, there were still many things that he had not clarified. She had suddenly died. What should he do next? "You. What the hell did you do?" The guard endured the pain and said in a trembling voice. "Your Majesty, we've been standing guard outside, and we'll go in every hour to check it out." But, the Empress actually hit her head against the wall. When we heard the noise, the Empress was already. They were actually very wronged. The Empress had been in the same state for the past few days. Even though she had suffered a lot of pain, she still endured it. Who would have thought that she would suddenly change her mind? She had steeled her heart. That collision was especially hard. Her face and head were covered in blood, and her skull was almost cracked open. How could they have predicted this? Emperor Jiawen was already anxious because of what happened to the mausoleum. Now that he heard the news, he felt the blood in his chest churning. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty!" Eunuch Min and Rongjiu immediately cried out. Eunuch Min was standing beside Emperor Jiawen. He quickly held his father's swaying body. Eunuch Min, who was standing next to Emperor Jiawen, quickly supported his tottering body. "You must take care of yourself. You must take care of your dragon body." Emperor Jiawen's face looked even paler with the blood at the corner of his lips. He stared at the guard and asked, enunciating each word clearly, "Who went to the Empress's palace today?" He was sure that the Empress did not commit suicide all of a sudden. There must be a deeper reason behind it. A thought flashed across Rongjiu's mind. Could it be Situ Xingchen? The guard's voice trembled. Your Majesty, today, only the third prince went to the Empress's palace." Rongjiu was shocked. She turned to look at the guard. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit IAI. Chapter 397. Shu. The clear and distant cry of a crane was suddenly heard from afar. Elder Yi and the rest turned around and saw a white crane with a black neck and red head flying toward them. It was a 5th-grade fiend, a black-necked red-crowned crane. This was a fiend reared by country Yao Chen's royal family. Emperor Jiawen was sitting on its back. Under normal circumstances, the royal family rarely summoned the black-necked red-crowned crane. However, something happened in the imperial mausoleum, so Emperor Jiawen couldn't care less. This allowed him to rush over quickly, and he was only slightly slower than Elder Yi. Emperor Jiawen already had a few guesses along the way, but his heart still sank when he saw a few figures standing at the top of Golden Inheritance Peak. Other than him, no one else had the right to come up to the top of Golden Inheritance Peak. However, so many people were gathered here, and things were clearly worse than expected. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Elder Zhong Qi and the rest bowed anxiously. Elder Yi was of high status, so he naturally didn't have to do this. Hence, the moment the black-necked red-crowned crane landed, Elder Yi immediately went forward and asked, "Is there any problem?" "Your Majesty, was the key to Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier stolen by someone?" Emperor Jiawen jumped down from the black-necked red-crowned crane's back and was shocked. "No. I've been keeping it well, and it's with me now." Elder Yi and the rest looked at each other. "Your Majesty, are you sure?" asked Elder Yi again. Emperor Jiawen raised his hand, and a strange pattern appeared on his palm. That key is indeed still with Emperor Jiawen. What exactly happened? Elder Yi, why do you ask? Emperor Jiawen was also confused. Elder Yi said solemnly, 2 secret doors were opened. Two people secretly opened the barrier of Golden Inheritance Peak and opened the Imperial Mausoleum. They have already entered. The entire process was very secretive, and Zhongqi and the rest only realized that something was amiss when they reached the peak. Hence, we suspect that they stole His Majesty's key. However, that doesn't seem to be the case now. There was too much information in this sentence, and Emperor Xiaofan was dazed as his voice trembled. What? The Imperial Mausoleum has been opened. Before he could finish his sentence, he glanced from the corner of his eye and finally saw the slowly spinning circular plate not far away. Just now, he had rushed over in a hurry and didn't see it. Emperor Xiaofan's chest seemed to be blocked by something, and he felt so stifled that he couldn't breathe. Country Yaochen's Imperial Mausoleum had existed for thousands of years and would only open when the previous emperor passed away. But now, it had been opened all of a sudden. Who is it? Emperor Xiaofan's face turned green, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Elder Zhongqi and the others immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm down. We didn't see the appearance of those two people. Your subordinates are incompetent, please punish us, Your Majesty. Emperor Xiaofan took a deep breath in and suppressed the anger in his heart with much difficulty. Since it had already happened, what was the point of punishing him now? Go and find him immediately. We must find these two people. Elder Zhongqi and the others broke out in cold sweat. Mr. Yi sighed and helped to explain. Your Majesty, the Imperial Mausoleum has been opened. Ordinary people are unable to enter. I'm afraid you'll have to do it yourself before we can enter. Emperor Xiaofan rubbed his glabella. I forgot about this. Wait, if that's the case, how did those two people enter? The crowd fell silent. They can even open Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier. What else can't they do? The other party clearly came prepared. Emperor Xiaofan also thought of this and couldn't help but feel even more frustrated. He had always sent soldiers to guard Golden Inheritance Peak, but he didn't expect someone to find a loophole so easily. This is like slapping my face harshly. He walked to the circular plate and tightly knitted his brows. Other than when the previous emperor was buried, he had never seen this circular plate move. I didn't expect this to happen. Emperor Xiaofan took a deep breath in and slowly raised his hand. The strange pattern appeared in his palm again. A silver light suddenly flashed on the circular plate. But very quickly, the light suddenly disappeared. Emperor Xiaofan's expression changed. I can't open the Imperial Mausoleum anymore. In the forest outside Golden Inheritance Peak, someone was quickly moving forward. It was Situ Xingchen and Rong Jin. Rong Jin looked up and took a deep breath before he said, I'm sorry. Golden Inheritance Peak is in front. Situ Xingchen followed his gaze and looked over. Golden Inheritance Peak was still the most eye-catching one in this undulating mountain range. It was steep and had a majestic aura. Even though they were still a distance away, they could already feel the frightening suppression. She clenched her fists in her sleeves. It turns out that the barrier outside Golden Inheritance Peak is actually this strong. This is going to be troublesome. Just as she was about to continue forward, Rong Jin suddenly called out to her. Xingchen, hold on. Situ Xingchen turned around and saw Rong Jin staring at Golden Inheritance Peak with a stern face. If you continue forward, you'll reach the periphery of Golden Inheritance Peak. You can't go any further. Situ Xingchen didn't understand what he meant, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Rong Jin explained, there's a lot of guards there. There are usually many guards guarding that place. Now that something has happened to the Imperial Mausoleum, they must have sent more people. Perhaps, Imperial Father had already arrived. Under such circumstances, you'll definitely be discovered if you go. For your safety, just wait for me here. Situ Xingchen was stunned by his words. I tried my best to help Rong Jin escape from Crown Prince Mansion and covered him all the way here. In the end, he actually wants me to stop here and wait for him? How can this be? Situ Xingchen forced a smile. Your Highness, don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble. The situation in front is unknown, and it might be dangerous for you to go alone. I'll go with you. Rong Jin looked hesitant. Situ Xingchen teased him softly. Your Highness, are you worried that I'll harm you when we reach there? Of course not. Rong Jin immediately retorted, but his gaze wavered as if he was guilty. I am just worried that we'll cause unnecessary trouble if we go together. After all, I'm still the crown prince. It's normal for me to come here when something happened to the imperial mausoleum. But you, Xingchen, we haven't gotten married yet. If you're discovered, I'm afraid it won't be good, Situ Xingchen sneered in her heart. Rong Jin's words are so dignified. He couldn't have forgotten that he was still under house arrest in the crown prince's residence, right? If he's discovered, he won't be any better than me. I just want to go there alone. Rong Jin felt that Situ Xingchen's gaze seemed to see through everything, which made him uncomfortable. But the next moment, Situ Xingchen still said, Then, I'll wait here for you, Your Highness. Rong Jin looked up and saw that Situ Xingchen still had a light smile on her face as if she didn't notice anything. He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. I'll be back soon. Then, he left in big strides. Situ Xingchen looked at his back view and chuckled softly. Does he want to burn the bridge after crossing it and take everything for himself? How can there be such a good thing? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 398. You can come out, he's already left, said Situ Xingchen softly. Not far behind her, a ripple appeared in the air, and an elder walked out. It was Elder Lian Ning. I really don't know how Rong Jin managed to sit on the crown prince's seat for so many years. Elder Lian Ning's tone was sarcastic. Does he really think that he can enter the imperial mausoleum with his own abilities and get what he wants? After all, he's heaven's chosen son, so he must be different from others, said Situ Xingchen lightly. Elder Lian Ning glanced at her and smiled. It seems like you don't think much of Rong Jin's identity, Your Highness. Of course not. I just don't think much of Rong Jin. So what if he's heaven's chosen son? Rong Jin might not have the luck to succeed. Elder Lian Ning turned around and looked in the direction that Rong Jin disappeared in as he said in deep thought, You're right. I really don't know how someone like Rong Jin is heaven's chosen son. Situ Xingchen's lips curved up coldly. If she didn't personally hear the Empress's words and see the scene in Heptagon Alley, she wouldn't believe it either. Even though Rong Jin is useless, am I not already here? Situ Xingchen lifted the strands of hair by her ear, and coldness flashed across her watery eyes. With my help, he naturally doesn't have to worry. Elder Lian Ning bowed. Your Highness, what do you plan to do now? Do you want to stay here and watch, or go to the imperial mausoleum, said Situ Xingchen. Elder Lian Ning nodded. Elder Lian Ning understood his intention and waved his sleeves, causing a white mist to appear and encapsulate the figures of the two cultivators. The next moment, the duo's figures disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Rong Jin had already walked toward Golden Inheritance Peak alone. When he got closer, he quickly realized that the guards here were stricter than usual. I wonder what happened in the Imperial Mausoleum. Rong Jin carefully walked forward as he thought to himself. The surroundings were silent, and the further he walked, the clearer he could hear his own heartbeat. Situ Xingchen's words kept replaying in his mind. In the Imperial Tomb, there is a supreme treasure that has been passed down for thousands of years. It was said that the treasure was accidentally obtained by the ancestor of country Yaochen back then. However, because he was unable to completely unravel the secret of the treasure, no one else knew that he had such a treasure in his possession. In the end, he brought it into the Imperial Mausoleum. Only the Emperor of Country Yaochen has the right to know about this matter. Her Majesty the Empress didn't know about it at first. It was only until a certain year when a miracle appeared on the Golden Inheritance Peak's heavenly worship ceremony did she learn of this matter. Furthermore, she confirmed that Your Highness the Crown Prince is the chosen one and that you are destined to enter the Imperial Mausoleum one day, obtain that treasure, and become its new owner. Once you obtain that treasure and decipher its secrets, you will be able to obtain heaven-defying powers. Rong Jin swallowed his saliva and looked at Golden Inheritance Peak with unconcealed desire and excitement. The ability to reach the heavens. Just these 4 words were enough to excite anyone. Even though it had been a while since he heard this, Rong Jin still couldn't suppress his elation every time he thought about it. He had lived for more than 20 years, but he never knew that he had such a great opportunity. Mother is too much. She actually hid it from me for so long. If I knew about this earlier, I would have come long ago. Previously, he had suffered consecutive blows, and he almost thought that he had no hope of turning things around. Who would have thought that he had such a trump card? Thinking of this, Rong Jin actually felt dissatisfied with the Empress. Since I'm the chosen one, why didn't Mother tell me earlier? Why did she have to wait until today to tell me when I'm in such a desperate situation? Coincidentally, something happened to the Imperial Mausoleum, so it was even more inconvenient for me to enter the Imperial Mausoleum silently. Go over there and take a look. The rest of you, follow me. Suddenly, a group of people walked over. Rong Jin immediately hid his figure carefully, and he even hid his aura. At this point, a crane's cry came from the sky. Rong Jin knitted his brows. Father is already here? This is even more troublesome. If Situ Xingchen came with me, she might have been able to lure these people away. However, this was just a thought. If he did it again, he would still leave Situ Xingchen there. He had always been suspicious, and the matters involved were so important. No matter what, he wouldn't be at ease with her following him. After waiting at the same spot for a while and confirming that the patrolling guards had left, he then carefully moved forward. Just like this, even though it was a dangerous journey, Rong Jin still successfully reached the foot of Golden Inheritance Peak. Looking at the barrier in front of him and feeling the strong suppression, Rong Jin's mouth turned dry, and he couldn't help but nervously lick his lips. Then, he took out a box and softly muttered, "Mother, I'm sorry. Mother, you must help me this time." After saying that, he carefully opened the box. An engraved jade seal lay quietly inside. He picked up the item and slowly injected a stream of force into it. Stars gradually lit up on the seal. In the end, it formed a strange pattern. If Emperor Xiaofan was here, he would know that the pattern on it was exactly the same as the key to Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier in his hands. This was the only thing in the box that the Empress carefully hid. She had painstakingly copied this from Emperor Xiaofan secretly and found someone to carve it for her in private. She hid it for so many years just for this day. Buzz! Ripples suddenly appeared on the barrier. Then, an entrance appeared in front of Rong Jin. His heart crazily beat, and it was about to jump out of his mouth. Then, his figure flashed, and he entered the barrier. He didn't see that the barrier didn't close immediately after he entered. Instead, a strange pattern appeared on it. It was as if a gust of wind passed by. After a while, a faint light appeared on the barrier, and it finally closed again. Everything returned to normal. At this point, a group of people happened to pass by. Seeing that the barrier was perfectly fine, they didn't stop and continued forward. In the Imperial Mausoleum, Chu Luiyue sat on the throne. The golden walls in all directions had been stacked up high. Finally, they stopped when they were about to touch the river. The entire space seemed to have frozen, and only the barrier around Chu Luiyue was crazily burning. Chu Luiyue estimated that 15 minutes had passed, but the barrier was too strong, so the progress was very slow. After some time, a crack finally appeared on the barrier in front of her. Gotcha! The barrier broke. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 399. After making the first breakthrough, the rest of the matters progressed much more smoothly. The surrounding barrier that was suffused with a faint golden color was like ice. Under the burning of the transparent hellfire, it quickly melted. A flame fell and instantly ignited the golden barrier. Whoosh! With a crackling sound, the transparent flame instantly spread out along the ground. In an instant, the entire golden barrier was enveloped by the transparent flame. Chu Luiyue could clearly see that the countless pentagonal crystals accumulated on the barrier were gradually scattering into sand. Gradually, the same thing happened to the other golden barriers. Chu Luiyue was almost as if she was surrounded by endless hellfire. Fortunately, perhaps because the heavenly square cauldron had already recognized her as its master, she did not feel any burning sensation. On the other hand, Dumpling could not take it anymore and hid back again. When the first golden barrier completely disappeared and turned into scattered sand again, Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a strange force flowing into her body along the transparent hellfire. She blinked her eyes in surprise. The golden crystal contains abundant energy. When you use the hellfire to burn it, it is almost equivalent to extracting all the energy from it. The legendary three-eyed eagle suddenly spoke, its tone as cold as ever. But if one listened carefully, one could feel a slight fluctuation of unfairness. It had only followed Chu Luiyue for a short period of time, but it had already seen with its own eyes that she had encountered so many opportunities. It was not an exaggeration to say that such luck was heaven-defying. Even it could not help but feel waves of emotions. It had lived for so long, but it had never seen anyone with better luck than Chu Luiyue. Most people felt that cultivation depended on talent first and hard work second. But in reality, the most important thing was luck. Chu Luiyue, on the other hand, had all three of these qualities. Now, it seemed to understand why the heavenly square cauldron was willing to recognize Chu Luiyue as its master. It even began to feel that Chu Luiyue's promise to help it recover its physical body was not as ridiculous as it seemed at the beginning. If it continued to develop like this, Chu Luiyue might really become one of the people standing at the peak in the future. Chu Luiyue did not know that the legendary three-eyed eagle had thought so much in this short period of time. After a while, she asked with uncertainty. "You mean, I am also cultivating like this?" The legendary three-eyed eagle sneered. "When you cultivate, are you so efficient?" Chu Luiyue, was it praising her luck or saying that her cultivation was slow? But this was not important. What was important was that there were hundreds of golden barriers here. If she burned all of these, wouldn't her strength increase greatly? Ever since she entered the mausoleum, she had been tense. Chu Luiyue clenched her fists and felt the rich force flowing in her body. She couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that he would stumble upon such a good thing? If she could absorb all these powers, she would definitely. In that case, she should be grateful of the hellfire. Right, where is he? Chu Luiyue's expression turned serious. The two of them fell from the round plate together, but she did not see Mu Qinghe's figure until now. Could he be in trouble now? This thought flashed through Chu Luiyue's mind, but she quickly threw it to the back of her mind. Even if Mu Qinghe was in trouble, it was not her place to worry. With his strength, it should be more than enough to deal with the troubles in the mausoleum. Chu Luiyue shook her head and threw these distracting thoughts away. She sat cross-legged on the throne, held her breath, and began to cultivate. She closed her eyes and placed her hands on her knees. The heavenly square cauldron returned to her dantian. With a thought, she suddenly raised her hand. A transparent karmic fire flew out. Vigorous power surged from the surroundings and entered Chu Luiyue's body. Her entire body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring, warm and comfortable. The power flowed through her limbs and bones into her dantian, and finally gathered in the water droplet. It looked like a small droplet, but it was like a black hole, silently swallowing all the power that flowed in. Gradually, a pattern appeared on the water droplet. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat, and she increased her power. On one hand, she urged the karmic fire to burn, and on the other hand, she absorbed the power contained in it. She did not know if it was an illusion, but she vaguely felt that the karmic fire in the heavenly square cauldron seemed to be burning more vigorously than before. This feeling was very subtle, but soon, Chu Liyue confirmed her thoughts. The heavenly square cauldron had indeed absorbed the power in the golden fortress. Its overall aura was clearly stronger than before. Even the legendary three-eyed eagle was shocked. How could this be? The heavenly square cauldron is actually absorbing the power here. Chu Liyue did not know, but it knew, the heavenly square cauldron was a supreme sacred object, and it would not touch ordinary heaven and earth force at all. Therefore, although it had been suppressed for 1,000 years and had been severely damaged, the heavenly square cauldron had never moved. Except for one kind of power. But, how could there be one here? Chu Liyue did not know what the legendary three-eyed eagle was thinking, and she thought it was just surprised by this scene. There was a strange connection between her and the heavenly square cauldron, so she knew very well that the heavenly square cauldron looked intact, but in reality, it was not. Now, it seemed to be repairing itself on its own accord. This was naturally a good thing for Chu Liyue. After confirming this, Chu Liyue quickly withdrew her thoughts and continued to concentrate on her cultivation. The surrounding golden fortress was constantly melting under the burning of the transparent karmic fire. Piles of scattered golden sand appeared on the ground. The aura on Chu Liyue's body was also constantly strengthening. After an unknown period of time, Chu Liyue suddenly felt as if she had touched an invisible barrier. Her heart skipped a beat. That was the sign of breaking through to a stage 3 warrior. At this moment, a second pattern appeared on the water droplet in her dantian. The more it was like this, the calmer Chu Liyue became. She methodically continued to absorb the power. She knew that she was not the same as ordinary cultivators. With the suppression of the water droplet, it would be more difficult for her to break through to a stage 3 warrior than others. But gradually, Chu Liyue discovered another problem. The yuan meridian in her body seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of so much power and began to ache faintly. At first, it was only a slight tingling, but it quickly developed into an intense pain all over her body. That frightening power continuously washed over her yuan meridian, almost tearing it apart. Chu Liyue tried to reduce the influx of power, but to her horror, she found that she could not stop it at all. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 400. She tried again, but it was to no avail. It was as if a huge sluice gate had been opened, and the flood was pouring down. It was not that easy to close the sluice gate again. That terrifying power was still washing Chu Liyue's yuan meridian. Following this process, the pain all over her body became more and more intense. Chu Liyue clenched her teeth, and a trace of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She finally felt a little worried. If this continued, her yuan meridian would not be able to withstand it. It would be injured at best, and destroyed at worst. Chu Liyue did not want her yuan meridian to be damaged again. Legendary three-eyed eagle, do you have any ideas? In a moment of desperation, Chu Liyue did not care about anything else. The legendary three-eyed eagle also realized that something was wrong, but when it heard Chu Liyue's words, its reply was even colder. You are the owner of the heavenly square cauldron. If even you can't control it, how can I? It was trapped inside. Although it did not want to admit it, in this aspect, it was indeed incomparable to Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue's heart slowly sank. Was she really going to sit here and wait for death? The heavenly square cauldron is not the only thing you can't control, right? The legendary three-eyed eagle's words immediately woke Chu Luyue up. She carefully sensed it and shockingly realized that she could not stop the process. On one hand, it was because of the heavenly square cauldron. On the other hand, it was because of the water droplet in her body. Whether it was the heavenly square cauldron or the water droplet, they both seemed to desire the power of the golden fortress. Hence, they were constantly absorbing it. She wanted to stop, but she was being attacked from both inside and outside. Chu Luyue clenched her fists, and her body tensed up. This was not the first time she could not control the water droplet. No, it should be said that from the beginning until now, she had never been able to take the initiative. She finally could not hold it in anymore. She clenched her teeth and shouted at the water droplet in her heart. "Hey! You should at least consider my life." Although she wanted to break through, she did not want her body to explode and die. The two lines on the water droplet swayed slightly. For some reason, Chu Luyue actually felt a trace of disdain. In the next moment, a tiny water droplet flew out from it. With a bang, it transformed into a myriad of splashes and flew towards Chu Luyue's limbs and bones. Chu Luyue suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Wait a minute. Didn't she experience the same thing when she repaired her Yuan meridian? At that time, it was because of this extra step that she was able to obtain the Daijing Yuan meridian. Chu Luyue's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Immediately after, she could clearly feel those tiny water droplets fusing into Chu Luyue's Yuan meridian. Faint starlight appeared clearly. As expected, the pain in that area instantly disappeared. Chu Luyue subconsciously held his breath. This water droplet was indeed able to temper the Yuan meridian. Very quickly, the Yuan meridian in her entire body had been thoroughly nourished. It became even more lustrous and tough. The pain from before had completely disappeared, and the energy from the outside had begun to surge into Chu Luyue's body at an even faster speed. Chu Luyue felt the Yuan meridian in her body, and her heart was beating wildly. In fact, the Daijing Yuan meridian was also divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Although she also had the Daijing Yuan meridian before, it could only be considered as lower and barely reached the threshold of the Daijing Yuan meridian. But now, she could clearly feel that her Yuan meridian had become stronger than before. If she continued to temper it, perhaps, she would one day possess the Tianjing Yuan meridian again. Suddenly, Chu Luyue had an idea. She controlled the force that had just surged in and struck towards her dantian. Crack! A soft sound rang in her mind. On the round and clear water droplet, the third line slowly appeared. Rank 3 Warrior. Digression: there will be a small supper later. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 401. When the third line appeared, Chu Luyue suddenly felt her entire body's Yuan meridian brighten up. She had really broken through to the medium level of the Daijing Yuan meridian. Everything happened too quickly. Chu Luyue did not even have time to react. She only felt her body fill with power. Something was surging in her chest, causing her to unconsciously look up to the sky and roar. A ferocious and crazy power spread out from her body. Boom! 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 Beams of energy surged in all directions. The transparent karmic fire exploded one after another, instantly destroying the remaining golden barrier. Golden sand flew. There was a sudden movement above her head. Chu Luyue looked up and saw the floating river above her head suddenly flow faster. Gradually, a vortex actually appeared in the centermost position. Chu Luyue suddenly had a premonition. The next moment, her body flew up uncontrollably. She disappeared into the whirlpool. After Chu Luyue's figure completely disappeared, the entire space fell silent again. Moments later, the golden sand on the ground began to slide back along the cracks. The lonely throne suddenly shattered. It turned into countless fragments and was completely annihilated. On the other side, although Chu Luiyue was forced into the whirlpool, she did not feel any discomfort. The water flow was slow and gentle, as if it did not have any offensive power. However, the heavy power contained in it made Chu Luiyue not dare to let down her guard. She looked around and realized that she was in the middle of the river. However, there seemed to be a transparent barrier around her that blocked everything. After looking for a while, she only had one word in her heart to describe the current scene. Dazzling. At this moment, she could clearly see that the bright silver spots in the river were actually pentagonal sequins. They mixed together and emitted a dazzling light. They reflected on each other, making the entire river appear incomparably brilliant, like the Milky Way in the dark night. Chu Luiyue felt that she was being swept forward by the water flow, but she did not know where she was going. She curiously moved closer and looked at the sequins. Suddenly, her gaze focused as if she saw a scene flash past one of the sequins. However, the sequins quickly floated away, and Chu Luiyue could not see it clearly. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked at the other sequins. After a while, she saw a figure appear on one of the sequins. Unfortunately, the sequins seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, and the figure's appearance could not be seen clearly. Chu Luiyue stared at it for a while, but still could not see it clearly. She suddenly recalled the previous scene. When the man in the black robe appeared and told her to look up, she saw that strange yet familiar scene. Could it be related to these things? Just as Chu Luiyue was thinking about this, her eyes lit up. A surge of power came from behind her and lifted her up. Her body finally jumped out of the river. He landed on a piece of land. When she stabilized herself, she was shocked. This was actually a lake. The water was clear and calm. The water at the edge of the lake in front of her, there was a huge golden dragon's head. At this moment, silver river water flowed out of it quietly and poured into the lake. She seemed to have come in from there just now. Chu Luiyue looked back and her pupils constricted. At this moment, she was actually standing on a square platform built in the middle of the lake. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 402. This platform was made of black jade. Chu Luiyue lowered her head and could see her reflection clearly. In the middle, there was a small pyramid-shaped silver crystal floating. Chu Luiyue stared at it. She could feel that the inexplicable calling from before was coming from this silver pyramid. At this moment, she was only dozens of steps away from the silver pyramid. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and walked forward. Her footsteps echoed in the entire space. Chu Luiyue could even hear the sound of water flowing slowly into the lake behind her. No, not just behind her. There were also other directions. Chu Luiyue suddenly realized something and turned her head to look around. As expected, other than the golden dragon head, there were similar existences in the other three directions. On the left was a red dragon head, and on the right was a green one. Beyond the silver pyramid floating in front of her was a brownish-yellow dragon head. Chu Luiyue suddenly understood something. Everything here was indeed arranged according to the 5 elements. Metal, wood, fire, and earth had all gathered here. And the remaining, water, was undoubtedly the endless stream of water that was pouring in. The 5 elements were complete, and they reinforced and restrained each other, forming a perfect sealed space. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. If she had fallen to the gold position just now, then where was Mu Qinghe? She looked around carefully again, but did not find Mu Qinghe. Strange, based on Mu Qinghe's strength, there should be no problem for her to deal with these situations. He should have arrived here before her. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment, then put this thought aside and continued walking forward. When she was only 3 steps away from the silver pyramid, she finally felt a strong pressure. She immediately stopped, her eyes still fixed on the floating pyramid in front of her. It was only the size of a palm, but Chu Luyue had an inexplicable feeling when she looked at it. It seemed like it could contain everything. She did not know where this feeling came from, but it became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Chu Luyue's eyes narrowed. On one side of the silver pyramid, she actually saw a familiar figure. It was Mu Qinghe. At this moment, he was standing in a strange space, surrounded by intertwining green vines. Chu Luyue suddenly realized something. Mu Qinghe had entered the wood position. He stood in the middle, holding a long sword in his right hand. Countless broken branches and leaves were scattered around his feet. It seemed that he had just experienced a difficult battle. His body was stained with blood, and he looked quite miserable. With his head lowered, Chu Luyue couldn't see his face clearly, let alone his expression. However, his body was trembling slightly. Although it was very small, Chu Luyue, who was most familiar with him, could easily detect it. Chu Luyue frowned. What's wrong with him? Mu Qinghe had always been decisive. Even in the face of death, he would not feel the slightest bit of fear. When he appeared like this, it usually meant that he was close to collapse. But, this was just a strange space. It might not even be a threat to his life. Why was he like this? Your Highness, Mu Qinghe muttered and spat out 2 vague syllables. Chu Luyue finally recognized what he was saying, but the doubts in her heart deepened. Your Highness. Who is Mu Qinghe calling? With his status, there weren't many people who could be called by him in this way. Jiang Yucheng, or Shangguanwan. Chu Luyue held her breath, wanting to listen more carefully. However, Mu Qinghe did not speak again, but suddenly raised the hand holding the sword. Chu Luyue suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She widened her eyes in horror. She saw that Mu Qinghe's wrist had been pierced by a green vine that was as thick as a thumb. The green vine was tightly wrapped around his wrist, spreading all the way to his shoulder. Chu Luyue could even see that his palm had become red and swollen because of the lack of blood. Fresh blood gushed out from the wound on his wrist, but it was quickly absorbed by the green vine. A tender green leaf quickly turned yellow and fell to the ground. Then, a second leaf, a third leaf. Chu Luyue was slightly shocked. Is there something wrong with Mu Qinghe's blood? Why did these green vines wither so quickly? Before she could figure it out, something even more surprising happened. At the place where the withered leaf had fallen, a small piece of green and yellow leaf grew out again. And the green vine seemed to be wrapped even tighter. Only then did Chu Luyue know that the broken branches and withered leaves on the ground came from this. An intense pain came from his right arm, almost causing Mu Qinghe's mind to go blank. But in reality, the thing that caused him the most pain was not the green vine that was chasing after him. He used the last of his strength, waved the long sword in his hand, and slashed it forward. Crash! The ferocious sword aura caused all the withered branches and withered leaves on the ground to fly up. It even completely split the green vine on the wall in front of him from the middle. But the green vine was spreading very quickly. After it broke, it immediately wrapped around again, and even grew new branches and leaves. The lush branches and leaves swayed with the wind, as if nothing had happened. But on Mu Qinghe's side, because he had forcefully waved the sword, it caused the wound on his wrist to be torn open again. Suddenly, Mu Qinghe let out a roar filled with despair and grief. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. What was Mu Qinghe doing? Was he trying to break out of the green vine? But if that was the case, why did his emotions become like this? It was as if there was something buried in his heart for too long. Plop. Mu Qinghe's voice gradually became softer, and finally, he knelt on the ground. And the sword in his hand also fell to the ground powerlessly. The space fell into a terrifying silence. The green vines around them were full of vitality, but Mu Qinghe, who was in the center, was shrouded in a strong aura of loneliness and madness. Chu Luiyue had never seen him like this. After a while, Mu Qinghe finally raised his face. Chu Luiyue covered her mouth. Mu Qinghe's face was actually full of tears. Despair, loneliness, anger, sadness, regret. Chu Luiyue did not know how to describe Mu Qinghe at this moment. He was like a trapped beast in a desperate situation. He had followed her around for so many years, but she had never seen him cry. It was as if a giant hammer had smashed heavily into Chu Luiyue's heart. Perhaps it was because of the silver pyramid, but Chu Luiyue could clearly see his face, and even his eyes. For a moment, Chu Luiyue almost thought that Mu Qinghe was looking at her. "Your Highness." Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he muttered softly with undisguised nostalgia and dependence. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. He was actually calling her. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 403. Chu Luiyue could not be mistaken. Mu Qinghe was definitely calling her. In an instant, Chu Luiyue's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Surprise, relief, doubt, expectation, apprehension. She did not know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Because she had never thought that Mu Qinghe would call her in such a tone. It was just like, when she had just brought back that shabbily dressed young man, he did not know anything and could only beg her in embarrassment. "Your Highness, what is this? Your Highness, why, Your Highness, will I really not cause you trouble, Your Highness?" Chu Luiyue still remembered how he looked when he said those words. At that time, she actually liked to see him embarrassed and distressed. Those people in the palace were all very shrewd. When they treated her, they were always eager to please her, but also cold and indifferent. At that time, she thought that Mu Qinghe was different from others. She always thought that he truly and completely trusted and relied on her. Mu Qinghe also once said that he would be loyal to her forever and give her everything, not just his life. It was also because of this that Chu Luiyue treated him with more patience and tolerance than others. But later, Chu Luiyue clenched her fist and unconsciously bit down. The sharp pain made her sober. Chu Luiyue shook her head violently, trying to clear those memories. However, the more she tried to clear them, the clearer the images in her mind. Compared to Mu Qinghe's tear-stained and sorrowful face, Chu Luiyue only felt that it was extremely ironic. Her lips curved into a self-mocking smile. "Mu Qinghe, when you knew that Sheng Wanyu died, did you feel as sad as now? Or did you already know what was going to happen?" Chu Luiyue closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her eyes had regained their calmness. Looking at Mu Qinghe's current appearance, he should have seen something like her and been greatly agitated. This made Chu Luiyue even more curious about his motive for coming here. He definitely didn't come all the way here to be tortured or even repent. Chu Luiyue looked at the silver pyramid in front of her. Could it be, because of this thing? What Chu Luiyue didn't know was that when she left the previous space and stood in the middle of the lake, a quarter of the slowly spinning circular plate on Golden Inheritance Peak suddenly lit up. When Emperor Xiaofan, who was thinking of ways to enter but still couldn't figure out what was going on, saw this scene, his eyebrows harshly twitched. It was already shameful enough to be rejected by his ancestors' mausoleum. Now, he had to watch someone else enter and break through one of the checkpoints. How could he accept this? Besides, others, he clearly knew the Imperial Mausoleum secret. Once the plate lit up completely, the Imperial tomb, thinking of this, a few more wrinkles appeared on Emperor Xiaofan's brows. Sensing his aura, Elder Zhongqi and the rest trembled in fear and didn't dare to make a sound. Elder Yi stood at the side and saw this scene, and his gaze changed. "Your Majesty, we can't wait any longer. We must immediately think of a way to enter." If not, of course, I know. But I tried many times just now, and I couldn't enter. Emperor Xiaofan was frustrated, and he almost couldn't control his tone when facing Elder Yi. Elder Yi knew that he was agitated, so he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he frowned and said, "If we can't enter from here, then, what about other places?" Emperor Xiaofan was dazed. Suddenly, he had an idea. Right. There's a second entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum has existed for thousands of years, and it usually won't open. But as time passes, it needs to be repaired occasionally. Hence, the Imperial Mausoleum has a small entrance that's specially for people to enter and exit. Even though there's a chance to enter from there, how can I care so much now? Emperor Xiaofan immediately said, "Elder Yi, please come with me." Now that the Imperial Mausoleum has been broken into, and the other party's abilities are unpredictable, I feel more at ease with Elder Yi accompanying me. Elder Zhongqi was about to ask to go together when Emperor Xiaofan coldly and quickly ordered, "You guys continue to guard here. If there are any abnormalities, immediately inform me. If those two people come out from here, you have to catch them no matter what." Elder Zhongqi and the rest could only hurriedly agree. Emperor Xiaofan jumped onto the black-necked red-crowned crane's back again, and with a thought, they flew to the middle of the mountain. Elder Yi turned around and stared at the circular plate. For some reason, he felt slightly uneasy. But then, he turned around and followed Emperor Xiaofan. The duo's figures quickly disappeared from the top of the mountain. At the same time, Rongjin had already silently climbed to the middle of the mountain. Emperor Xiaofan and the rest were at the top of the mountain, but he didn't dare to walk up the stairs as he was worried that he would expose himself. Hence, he chose to find his way up through the lush forest. Even though it was much slower this way and he would be scratched by the sharp rocks from time to time, it was still safer. Besides, he didn't plan on going to the top of the mountain. From what he knew, there was a small entrance at the middle of Golden Inheritance Peak. He was prepared to enter from there. The surroundings were silent, and Rongjin could hear his own breathing and heartbeat. The climb up was very dangerous, and it used up quite a bit of his energy. However, his heart was still filled with excitement and anticipation, and he didn't feel tired at all. As long as I can get the treasure in the Imperial Mausoleum, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Even Imperial Father would not be able to stop him. Relying on this belief, Rongjin actually climbed up the steep mountain. When he counted half of the total number of steps, he finally stopped and started to walk horizontally to search for the small entrance. However, he couldn't find it even after searching around the middle of the mountain for half a day. He couldn't even see anything strange. Other than rocks and trees, there was nothing else. Rongjin gradually became anxious. "If I can't find it, shoo!" Suddenly, a distant cry was heard. Rongjin's heart suddenly rose. He looked up. The black-necked red-crowned crane was flying over. Who else could it be but Imperial Father sitting on its back? Elder Yi was following behind it not far away. Rongjin was very anxious as he hurriedly found a huge rock and carefully hid his figure. Then, Emperor Xiaofan and Elder Yi landed on a small piece of empty land not far away from him. Emperor Xiaofan sighed. "It's here." Elder Yi lightly nodded, but he suddenly noticed something as he looked in Rongjin's direction. At that moment, Rongjin's heart almost stopped beating. He didn't notice a slight ripple covering him. Emperor Xiaofan saw that Elder Yi's expression was amiss, and he couldn't help but ask, "Elder Yi, why are you here?" "Elder Yi, what's wrong?" Suspicion flashed across Elder Yi's eyes as he shook his head. "Nothing. I saw wrongly." Emperor Xiaofan nodded in understanding and didn't take it to heart. He looked serious as he raised his hands. Buzz. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 404. The fallen leaves on the ground in front of Emperor Xiaofan suddenly flew up. A circular plate that was much smaller than the one at the top of the mountain appeared in front of them. Not only was it smaller, but the patterns on it were also much simpler. A strange pattern appeared in Emperor Xiaofan's palm, and it slowly landed on the circular plate. Following the slight buzzing sound, the circular plate finally started to turn slowly. Emperor Xiaofan was elated. "It's open." Elder Yi also heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor Xiaofan became even more careful. He only held his breath when the circular plate slowly opened from the middle and stepped in. Elder Yi followed closely behind. The duo's figures quickly disappeared. After a while, the surroundings quietened down. Seeing that the circular plate was about to close, Rong Jin, who was hiding in the dark, immediately rushed forward. "How can I miss such a great opportunity?" Luckily, he was fast enough and entered before the circular plate closed. The moment he stepped in, he felt that he had stepped on a layer of stone, and the surroundings instantly fell into darkness. Rong Jin actually felt a little lucky. Even though it was hard to see the surroundings clearly, it also prevented Emperor Xiaofan and Elder Yi from discovering him. Forget about Emperor Xiaofan, but Elder Yi was very strong. If he wasn't careful, he might be exposed. He secretly came this time, so he naturally didn't dare to make a big fuss. Once he was discovered, the consequences would be dire. Only when he obtained that supreme treasure would he have more confidence. Rong Jin waited at the same spot for quite some time until the duo's footsteps gradually disappeared. After confirming that they were far enough away, he finally lifted his feet. Even though he couldn't see anything clearly, he heard the duo's movements and felt that this seemed to be a staircase that led downwards. Rong Jin felt around for a while and wanted to hold onto the wall to walk, but he quickly felt a sharp pain in his palm. He was shocked as he then realized that there was indeed a wall beside him, but it was embedded with sharp nails. His hand was accidentally cut, and blood flowed out. Helpless, he could only randomly tear a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrap it tightly around his injured hand. This time, he didn't dare to casually touch the things at the side and could only walk down even more carefully. When Emperor Xiaofan and the rest entered the imperial mausoleum, Chu Luyue, who was standing in the middle of the lake, saw this scene from a mirror in the pyramid. She raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't expect there to be another entrance to the imperial mausoleum. But Emperor Xiaofan came later than I expected. Mu Qinghe and I have already been here for quite some time, yet Emperor Xiaofan is only here now. Furthermore, he came from such a secluded entrance. Of course, she didn't know that Emperor Xiaofan and the rest had waited at the top of the mountain for a long time and finally came in through this path. For some reason, Chu Luyue could see everything clearly even though the path they were on was very dark. He could even clearly see Emperor Xiaofan's anxious gaze. Chu Luyue's gaze shifted slightly and landed on Elder Yi. She rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "I'm not worried if Emperor Xiaofan comes, but Elder Yi actually came too. This was a bit difficult. I can't let them get here." As Chu Luyue thought this, he suddenly saw Rong Jin following behind them. She raised her eyebrows. This person actually came as well? And from the looks of it, he seemed to have followed them here in secret. That's right. He's been under house arrest at Crown Prince Mansion recently, so he naturally can't let Emperor Xiaofan find out that he's here. Why is he here to join in the fun? A thought flashed across Chu Luyue's mind, and a bold guess surfaced in his heart. Could it be that his secret has something to do with the imperial mausoleum? Previously, Rongzhen said that Rong Jin was heaven's chosen son. Hence, the Empress placed a lot of importance on him and placed all her efforts on him. She also had high hopes for him. When Chu Luyue first heard this, he didn't think much of it until he saw everything in Heptagon Alley. The Empress clearly cared more about Rong Jin's heaven's chosen son identity than he imagined. She also made a lot of preparations for this and didn't even hesitate to use cruel and ruthless methods just to help Rong Jin raise his cultivation level. It was a pity that they were discovered before the time was ripe. Now that Rong Jin didn't care about the danger and came here. This was the only reason that could explain it. Chu Luyue unintentionally sized up Rong Jin. This noble crown prince had clearly suffered a lot on the way here, and he looked very disheveled. Suddenly, Chu Luyue focused his gaze and looked at the two figures behind Rong Jin. He actually didn't come alone. Very quickly, Chu Luyue clearly saw the duo's appearance. The person in front was Situ Xingchen. Behind her was an elder in a black robe. As he was wearing a hood, only half of his face could be seen. He seemed to be an elder. Chu Luyue had never seen this person before. But on the surface, this elder was clearly Situ Xingchen's subordinate. Chu Luyue stared at him for a while and quickly realized that Rong Jin didn't seem to know of the duo's existence behind him. Situ Xingchen and the other person also followed behind very carefully. Their every word and action was clearly to avoid being discovered by Rong Jin. They secretly followed Rong Jin in. This is interesting. Chu Luyue couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Emperor Xiaofan and Elder Yi were in front, Rong Jin was in the middle, and Situ Xingchen and the elder were behind. They actually came in one after another. I really don't know what kind of expression they would have if they saw me standing here. Ka. A faint sound suddenly came from the top of the silver pyramid. Chu Luyue's heart tightened, and he immediately looked over, but he didn't find anything amiss. The small pyramid was still quietly floating in midair as if the sound was just Chu Luyue's hallucination. She knitted her brows. I shouldn't have heard this sound for no reason, but after waiting for a while, there was no other sound. Chu Luyue could only temporarily put it aside and look at Mu Qinghe again. What she saw immediately made her heart beat wildly. She saw the kneeling Mu Qinghe actually raise the long sword in his hands again. However, this time, the tip of his sword was aimed at his neck. Mu Qinghe actually wants to commit suicide? Chu Luyue shouted without thinking. Stop! Mu Qinghe seemed to have heard it as his actions suddenly paused, and disbelief gradually appeared in his eyes. That voice just now. Even though it was blurry, the tone was very similar to that person's. He immediately looked around, but other than the tightly wrapped vines, there was nothing else. Mu Qinghe bitterly laughed, and the long sword in his hands fell to the ground. If she was still around and knew that I didn't die on the battlefield and chose to commit suicide instead, she'd probably be very disappointed, right? Even he himself did not expect that he would be trapped here and even had thoughts of suicide. But, it's really too painful. I admit that I'm scared. Every day, every moment, I'm going through that terrifying torture, and I'm better off dead than alive. He wanted to pick up the sword again, but he realized that his entire body was trembling violently. Even if it's a hallucination, it seems like I can't go against her orders. After a long while, he closed his eyes, and tears fell from the corner of his eyes as he softly muttered. Your Highness, is this the punishment you're giving me? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 405. For a moment, Chu Luyue did not know what to say. Punishment? Sheng Guanyu was already dead, and he died so tragically. What punishment could she give him? She also wanted to tell herself that Mu Qinghe did not betray her. However, everything that she had seen so far proved that Mu Qinghe was most likely standing on the opposite side of her before she died. Otherwise, there was no way to explain everything that happened later. He was still the respected deputy commander, as if her death had nothing to do with him. Even the pair of boots on his feet, Chu Luyue's eyes stung. Mu Qinghe looked like he was in so much pain that she almost thought that he was really remorseful for her. However, what was this compared to the torture that she had gone through? Chu Luyue once again suppressed the waves in her heart. No matter what, she could no longer trust Mu Qinghe. Fortunately, he did not seem to recognize her voice just now. Otherwise, she would be in a lot of trouble. This silver pyramid was really strange. From here, she could see almost the entire situation in the imperial mausoleum, and the people inside could also hear her voice. It seemed that this small object controlled the entire imperial mausoleum. An impulse surged in Chu Liuyue's heart again as she raised her hand toward the pyramid. Crack! Before her hand touched it, she heard another strange sound. Chu Liyue paused. This time, she heard it clearly. It was indeed the sound coming from the pyramid. Her heart skipped a beat, and she walked to the other side. From where she was previously standing, she could only see 3 mirrors on the pyramid, but she did not see the last one. That sound came from that direction. Chu Liyue looked over and was suddenly stunned. However, there was nothing on the last mirror. No, to be precise, the mirror was completely covered by a mass of black. The other 3 mirrors were clean and clear, and she could see everything clearly. However, this last mirror, Chu Liyue looked back and realized that this was the fire position. There was still water flowing into the lake from the red dragon head, and nothing seemed to be wrong. However, Chu Liyue felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. This pyramid should be able to see the situation in the imperial mausoleum, but one of its sides was suddenly blocked. In other words, she did not know what was happening in the fire position. This was definitely not a coincidence. A ridiculous and bold guess appeared in Chu Liyue's mind. Could it be that someone had already entered that place and used some method to prevent her from seeing what was happening inside? When she thought of this, Chu Liyue's heart clenched. Even someone as powerful as Mu Qinghe did not have this ability. Who else could do it? What was he afraid of her seeing it? Chu Liyue. A moment later, she gritted her teeth and finally grabbed the silver pyramid in her hand. It was extremely cold to the touch. A gust of cold air spread out from within, spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and quickly covering Chu Liyue's palm. Chu Liyue was shocked and immediately wanted to let go. However, at this moment, the water droplet in her dantian suddenly started to spin wildly. A red flame suddenly erupted from Chu Liyue's palm. Boom! The 2 forces collided violently. Ice shards flew everywhere. Sparks flew. Chu Liyue only felt that her entire palm was completely numb. She had lost consciousness. She almost could not control herself and pulled fiercely. The pyramid was finally completely grasped in her hand, and it was separated from its original position. The red flame surged out and completely surrounded the pyramid. With this layer of protection, Chu Liyue was finally isolated from that terrifying aura. Seeing that the thing was finally trapped in the flame, Chu Liyue heaved a sigh of relief. The cold aura contained within it was extraordinary. If she had been any later, her palm would have been frozen off. However, just as the corners of her lips curled up, she suddenly froze. Because the space where the pyramid was originally located had actually frozen. Furthermore, it was still spreading to the surroundings. Chu Liyue immediately retreated. However, the speed of the freezing was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread from mid-air to the black jade ground. A horrifying pressure surged over. Chu Liyue was almost unable to breathe from the pressure. Soon, she was forced to the edge of the platform. Half of her foot missed a step, causing her body to sway a few times. It took her a lot of effort to stabilize herself. However, because her movements were too fast and hurried, a hairpin on her head suddenly fell into the lake water. Chu Liyue instinctively turned around to take a look. However, this look almost made her heart stop beating. After the hairpin fell into the lake water, it did not make any sound. This was because the moment it came into contact with the lake water, the hairpin had already rapidly melted and frozen. In the blink of an eye, the hairpin had become a thin piece of ice floating above the lake water. Then, it silently sank to the bottom of the lake. Everything happened extremely quickly. The clear lake water was still calm, as if the hairpin's fall had no effect on it at all. It was also at this moment that she saw that in the depths of the lake, there were countless brilliant lights shining. Chu Luiyue focused her gaze again and was instantly filled with horror. At the bottom of the clear lake, there were countless ice pieces of different shapes. And those starlight rays were actually the reflection of countless tiny pieces of ice. Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of her feet. If she had really fallen from here just now, crack. The sound of something shattering came from behind her. Chu Luiyue immediately turned around and was shocked to find that the entire space above the black jade platform had been completely frozen. It had even spread to the bottom of her feet. That sound just now was the sound of the platform's edge being unable to withstand such power and suddenly cracking. The flame in Chu Luiyue's hand was still burning fiercely, but even so, she still felt cold all over. The entire space seemed to have turned into a huge ice cellar. The terrifying cold air was seeping in from all directions. Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth and urged the red flame to form a boundary around her. In this way, she was finally able to block the cold air outside her body. However, everything around her didn't slow down because of her actions. The space was still frozen and finally, it spread to the surface of the lake. After a short moment of silence, with the black jade platform as the center, the surface of the lake began to freeze. When the thick layer of ice covered the entire surface of the lake, Chu Luiyue's heart felt as if it was tightly gripped by something. The next moment, the layer of ice was suddenly filled with cracks. All the ice pieces began to fall silently to the bottom of the lake. At the same time, the clear lake water surged up and quickly swallowed the ice pieces. The black jade platform beneath Chu Luiyue's feet completely collapsed. Her body fell down uncontrollably. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 406. However, just as Chu Luiyue was about to fall into the lake, a powerful force suddenly came and gently supported her waist. Without thinking, Chu Luiyue borrowed the force and jumped. She headed towards the wall. At the same time, a silver light flashed in her hand. Chi! She stabbed the dagger in her hand into the wall. Her whole body was suspended in midair. She immediately looked in the direction of the red dragon head. The mysterious force that supported her just now flew out from there. May I know your name? I can't repay you for saving my life, so please come out and meet me. Chu Luiyue stared at that place and said loudly. However, there was no movement at all. It was as if she was the only one in the entire space. Chu Luiyue looked at the lake. The black jade platform from before had been frozen into a huge block of ice. Then, it quickly shattered and silently sank to the bottom of the lake. The water below kept surging up, and the ice above kept capsizing. It was as if the cycle was alternating. Silver light flashed, brilliant and cold. If Chu Luiyue had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not dare to believe what she was seeing. Ice always floated on the surface of the water. She had never seen such a strange scene. There was clearly something fishy hidden in the lake. Chu Luiyue felt a lingering fear when she sensed the frightening cold air that was spreading. If she had really fallen in just now, she did not give up and asked again, raising her voice. Since you're already here, why are you still hiding? As she spoke, she looked at the pyramid in her hand. There was indeed a black mirror on it. Chu Luiyue could not help but be puzzled. At this time, the other party had even taken the initiative to save her. Why was he not willing to come out and meet her? He did not even want to let her know what was going on in this space. Finally, a low and lazy voice came. Hand over the thing in your hand, and I'll send you out. Chu Luiyue was stunned. The other party was also here for this silver pyramid? She had never heard this voice before, but she could feel the noble disdain of a superior. This person's identity was extraordinary. Obviously, his strength was also extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take the initiative in such a situation. However, Chu Liyue frowned. It was not easy for her to obtain this pyramid. If she were to hand it over just like that, she would not be willing. She didn't know why, but she felt that the pyramid was very important to her. It was as if it was hers to begin with. She also knew that this feeling was too inexplicable, but since the item was already in her hands, how could she hand it over? Forgive me for not being able to comply with this condition. Please change your request. After all, the other party had saved him. Chu Liyue did not want to make things awkward. Moreover, she had always been very sensible. Even if she was now a rank 3 warrior, it didn't mean that she was willing to go against such a powerhouse. In such a dangerous situation, wasn't he just looking for trouble? No. The man seemed to have expected Chu Liyue's rejection, so he didn't get angry. His tone was indifferent. That's something my wife wants. I have to take it back. Chu Liyue was taken aback. Wife? Why does this sound so familiar? She gripped the dagger tightly and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait a minute. I seem to remember someone, she blurted out. May I ask if you're the head of Precious Treasure Pavilion? When Chu Liyue took down the pyramid, the entire imperial mausoleum was greatly affected. The vines around Mu Qinghe suddenly withered one after another and finally scattered all over the ground. The illusion that kept repeating in front of him finally dissipated. Mu Qinghe's body shook and finally woke up from that terrifying state. He knelt on the ground in a daze. The fog in front of him gradually dissipated and he finally saw the real scene in front of him. He looked at the withered leaves and vines and raised his hand to wipe his face. His hand was covered in tears. His heart suddenly trembled. Everything that happened just now began to replay in his mind. Mu Qinghe did not come back to his senses for a long time. After some time, he finally lowered his head and laughed bitterly. However, this smile was even more painful than the crying from before. He thought that he had buried everything, but he did not expect that. He still remembered it so clearly. Every single thing, every single word, and even every single expression. It had been deeply engraved in his mind. The expression on Mu Qinghe's face gradually faded and finally returned to its usual calm and cold expression. It was as if he had put on his armor again and put on his mask, covering everything perfectly. He picked up the long sword that had fallen beside him and cut off the vine that had pierced through his wrist. Then, he pulled it out expressionlessly. Blood splattered on his face and the wound was torn even more horribly. He took out gauze and medicine and bandaged himself with familiarity. This kind of injury seemed serious, but in fact, it was not life-threatening. His physical strength was extremely strong and he could recover very quickly. As long as he did not fall into that terrifying illusion again. After tidying up, Mu Qinghe lifted his feet and walked forward. However, just as he was about to raise his sword to cut the wall in front of him, he suddenly stopped. The situation here would not change for no reason. There was only one explanation: someone had already beaten him to it. A slender and petite figure appeared in his mind. The person who came in with him was only Chu Liyue. Could it be? His expression was tense, and the scar on his face seemed to have an additional fierceness. But the next moment, he suddenly recalled a scene. Just now, when he almost couldn't take the painful torture and was about to end everything, someone seemed to have vaguely shouted at him to stop. He always thought that it was an illusion, but now that he thought about it, that voice seemed quite similar to Chu Liyue's voice. His heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Hong Long. Before Emperor Xiaofan and Elder Yi could walk out of the tunnel, rocks fell from the sky and blocked their path. Hearing the loud noise from afar, Emperor Xiaofan suddenly realized something and sucked in a cold breath. The Imperial Mausoleum is about to collapse. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Aiji. Chapter 407. Your Majesty, please calm down. Nothing has happened to the Imperial Mausoleum for thousands of years, and it definitely won't collapse now. However, there seems to be something wrong inside. Elder Yi comforted Emperor Xiaofan as he sent out a wave of force to test the inside. Emperor Xiaofan looked at the completely blocked path in front of him, and he was still scared. If this stone had hit me, but the path at the edge has already started to collapse. I'm afraid that the inside will be affected soon. Emperor Xiaofan's head hurt when he thought that something would happen to the Imperial Mausoleum at this time. If this news gets out, where will my face go? How am I going to face my ancestors? Elder Yi shook his head. Your Majesty, there's a reason why the Imperial Mausoleum is built under Golden Inheritance Peak. Please move aside, I'll open this path. Emperor Xiaofan knew that he could only trust Elder Yi at this point, so he immediately moved to the back obediently. Elder Yi stared at the gigantic stone in front and knitted his brows tightly. He wasn't worried that the Imperial Mausoleum would collapse, but the two people who went in earlier actually had the ability to move the Imperial Mausoleum. He then thought of the round plate that lit up at the top of the mountain. It's obvious what the other party is after. He held his breath and focused, and his force gathered in his palm. Then, he harshly slapped out. Bang! A hole suddenly appeared in the center of the stone. Emperor Xiaofan was elated. As long as we can break this stone, we still have a chance to go in and stop them. If I find out who those two people are, I definitely won't let them off easily. Elder Yi looked solemn as he slapped out again. Bang! Ka! A ray of white light suddenly came from the other side of the stone. It's open, said Emperor Xiaofan excitedly as he clenched his fists. Elder Yi also felt more at ease. After all, this is still the periphery of the Imperial Mausoleum, and it's easier to deal with than expected. However, just as he was about to follow up on his victory and completely open up the passageway, he seemed to have suddenly realized something, and his expression changed drastically. Retreat! Hollered Elder Yi as he directly grabbed Emperor Xiaofan's collar and quickly retreated. Emperor Xiaofan was caught off guard, and he felt his throat tighten as Elder Yi dragged him to the back. His face flushed red, and he violently coughed. Yi! Cough cough. Yi! He spat out a few syllables with difficulty, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Golden sand suddenly gushed out from the crack in the center of the stone. The golden sand quickly condensed, gradually forming a thin layer of crystal. Cover that rock. Hence, the stone looked shiny, but when Emperor Xiaofan saw it, deep fear arose in his heart. This was because he could clearly feel the powerful pressure contained within the thin golden crystal. Suddenly, a piece of rock fell from above and fell to the ground. Crack! With a crisp sound, that piece of rock actually turned into fine powder. Emperor Xiaofan's heart harshly trembled. As expected. Once they were touched by the thin golden crystal, they would suffer the same fate. However, even though they were fast, the golden sand was spreading even faster. He was about to catch up to them. Elder Yi waved his sleeves and a huge black shield appeared in front of the two of them. The surging speed of the golden sand finally slowed down. Old Man Yi and Old Man Yi finally had a chance to catch their breath. Emperor Xiaofan's eyes were still filled with shock. That's the sand from the gold position. Not only did they break through that barrier, but they also destroyed the entire space. Elder Yi's gaze darkened. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to go in now. However, the culprit, Chu Luiyue, didn't know what was happening here. Previously, when she broke through that space, it wasn't that serious. But when she snatched the silver pyramid, she easily destroyed the entire Imperial Mausoleum's 5-element layout. Without the support of any power, gold's positional space naturally lost control. The golden sand gushed out in all directions and directly blocked Elder Yi and Emperor Jiaowen's path. If she lowered her head to take a look, she would be able to see something. It was a pity that she didn't have the leisure to do so. This was because all her attention was placed on the mysterious man who refused to come out. After she asked that question, the other party fell into silence. Chu Luiyue was even more certain of her guess. She didn't expect that Zhenbao Pavilion's first master, whom she had always wanted to meet, would actually appear here. Also, he actually came for this thing. Chu Luiyue instantly felt that it was a little difficult. Zhenbao Pavilion had helped her many times. Even though this first master had never shown his face before, Chu Luiyue knew that Yan Gu helped her so much because of this person's tacit approval. Needless to say, he even helped her once just now. She really owed this person a huge favor. However, she was unwilling to give up the pyramid just like that. For this thing, she had overcome many difficulties and experienced many dangers. How could she give it up just because of one sentence from the other party? It seems like it's really you. Chu Luiyue deliberated before speaking, and her tone was much more polite. Since you're here, I'm sure you know my identity. Previously, I'm indebted to you for taking care of me many times, and I'm very grateful. However, please forgive me for not being able to give up on this thing. Other than this, you can raise any conditions, and I'll definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. This time, the other party finally opened his mouth. My only condition is this thing. His tone was calm, but it carried a pressure that could not be defied. Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth helplessly. First Master, why don't we have a discussion? Let's get out of here first, and then find a place to discuss this matter properly. How about that? Previously, you said that this is something that your wife has taken a fancy to. Then, why don't I talk to your wife personally, how about that? She had been hanging here for quite a while. If they were to negotiate like this, it would be too unfair to her. At least find a place where they could talk properly, right? Didn't the first master see that the entire lake was about to be completely frozen? The other party fell into a strange silence again. Crack. Just then, the wall suddenly loosened, and the dagger suddenly shook. Chu Luiyue looked up and saw that the wall around the dagger had already cracked. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold on for much longer. However, for some reason, this first master was very difficult to talk to. As if he had heard the commotion, the other party finally spoke mercifully. You said that you want to talk to my wife personally? Chu Luiyue did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that his tone was very strange. It seemed like there was a hint of a smile. What's so funny about this? Chu Luiyue was furious. When I meet this rumored wife, I have to take a closer look and see what kind of woman she is. It's either she likes this or that. She's really good at acting. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 408. Yes. If you and Madam don't mind, we can talk about it outside. Everything can be discussed, right? Chu Luiyue had always been very sensible and wouldn't be forceful when it was time for her to soften her attitude. The other party seemed to be quite interested in this suggestion as he smiled lightly. Interesting, Chu Luiyue hurriedly glanced at the dagger that was about to fall. She was anxious and wanted to rush him again. However, she still held herself back. In this situation, she was already at a disadvantage. How could she have the right to talk to the other party as an equal? If you promise not to touch that thing, I'll agree to your request. After waiting for a while, that man's voice sounded again. Chu Luiyue was dazed. Master, what do you mean? What do you mean by touch? What do you mean by not touch? Who knows what will happen to this thing in the future? She didn't dare to make this promise casually. A black ray of light suddenly flew out from the red dragon head. It went straight for Chu Liyue. Sensing the strong suppression from it, Chu Liyue's heart harshly skipped a beat. Just from this move alone, this man's abilities seemed to be above Mu Qinghe's. Even though Mu Qinghe's cultivation level and abilities were suppressed to below a stage 7 warrior after leaving Heaven's Canopy, his aura that belonged to a strong warrior wouldn't weaken. If Mu Qinghe fought with a stage 6 warrior who hadn't entered Heaven's Canopy, even if they were of the same cultivation level, he would definitely be able to defeat the other party easily. And this man also gave me the same feeling. Chu Liyue held her breath. No wonder Zhenbao Pavilion is so arrogant. It turns out that they have such an important person backing them up. Emperor Jiawen was quite wary of Zhenbao Pavilion previously, so he should know something. Even though the suppression from the black ray of light was very strong, Chu Liyue didn't feel threatened when it was in front of her. Thus, she slightly relaxed and obediently waited at her original spot. If he really wanted to kill me, he would have done it long ago. Why would he waste so much effort? Then, she saw the black ray of light fly to her hand. It silently pierced through the flames in her palm and landed on the silver pyramid. Chu Liyue's pupils shrank. The power of the flame came from the water droplet in her dantian. It had always been very domineering and always had the upper hand, but why was it so calm today? His opponent's attack passed right through. She thought that it would automatically stop her, but she didn't expect, in an instant, the silver pyramid turned completely black. All of the resplendent light was concealed. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary black stone. Even the aura and pressure inside had been completely sealed. The flame in Chu Liyue's palm gradually subsided. The pyramid gently fell into her palm. It was slightly cold to the touch. But other than that, there was nothing special about it. Even the strong sense of summoning disappeared in an instant. Only when he came into contact with it would that subtle feeling emerge faintly. Chu Liyue was stunned for a while. I've already sealed it. Other than me, no one else can break it. This way, it'll save me a lot of trouble. The man said casually. Chu Liyue was speechless. This saved her a lot of trouble, but it also completely cut off her way of playing any tricks. From now on, what was the difference between this thing and a piece of useless stone on her? With this layer of barrier, no one will discover it even if you carry it with you. When you meet my wife, I'll naturally unlock the seal. Hearing the other party's relaxed tone, as if he was talking about the good weather today, Chu Liyue endured it and gritted her teeth as she said word by word, "Then I'll have to thank you, First Master." How was he helping her? He was clearly guarding against her. However, she didn't even have a reason to refute. The man opposite her chuckled. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Chu Liyue secretly gritted her teeth again. When she had the chance, she would definitely let this first master know how powerful she was. Crack. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Chu Liyue's body suddenly fell. The wall could no longer hold on, and a large piece of it fell down. Chu Liyue, who was only relying on that dagger, naturally fell down as well. Her heart suddenly felt empty. Looking down, new ice cubes were condensing on the surface of the lake. At a glance, countless stars were flickering below, dazzling and dazzling. However, Chu Liyue's body immediately tensed up. Just as she was about to fall into the lake, a gentle force suddenly came over. It was as if there was an invisible hand that easily held her up. Looking at the ice surface close by, Chu Liyue finally heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Thank you, it was obvious who had done it. The other party didn't say anything. The next moment, a long black bridge suddenly appeared in midair. One end of the bridge slowly extended to her feet, while the other end disappeared into the darkness in the distance and couldn't be seen clearly. Take this path and you'll be able to leave smoothly. That man's tone was very calm, but Chu Luyue knitted her brows when she heard it. Why, does this person seem to be very familiar with this place? Doesn't the Imperial Mausoleum only open once every few years? Why is he so clear about everything here? Seeing that Chu Luyue didn't move, that man continued, "Don't worry. Don't worry, once we leave this place, we'll be able to leave Golden Inheritance Peak without anyone noticing." Chu Luyue was even more shocked. Even if Emperor Xiaofan was here, he probably wouldn't know about all this. This First Master truly had some tricks up his sleeve. "Thank you, First Master." Chu Luyue wasn't dumb. It would be a waste to reject the other party's offer. Without thinking, she knew that it was a mess outside. If she went back the way she came from, she might be skinned alive by that group of people. Being able to leave quietly like this was the best thing that could happen. She was very sincere when she thanked him. After saying that, she didn't hesitate and stepped onto the long black bridge. This long bridge was clearly formed by the other party's force, and Chu Luyue walked on it as if she was walking on flat ground. She raised her brows slightly. This person's abilities are really immeasurable. After walking a few steps, she suddenly thought of something and turned around to look in that direction. "First Master, aren't you leaving? This has nothing to do with you," said the other party calmly. Chu Luyue thought about it and thought that was true. He didn't even want to meet her, so he naturally wouldn't be willing to leave with her. He's so capable, so why would he be worried about not being able to leave? Thinking of this, she didn't say anything else and continued walking forward. However, when she was halfway there, she stopped again. Her face was still calm, but her eyes were slightly downcast, and one couldn't see her emotions. The hands in her sleeves slowly clenched tightly. Finally, as if she had finally made up her mind, she softly asked, "First Master, can I bring someone with me?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from IUN. Chapter 409. The other party was silent for a moment. "Who is it?" His tone was clear and faint. It sounded a little ethereal, as if it came from a faraway place. However, for some reason, Chu Luyue heard a trace of displeasure in his voice. It didn't seem like he was displeased, but it still sounded a little strange. Chu Luyue pursed her lips and said tentatively, "It's the person who came in with me." She believed that with the other party's ability, he would know who she was referring to. "He doesn't seem to treat you well, but you want to help him now?" The man didn't directly agree or refuse. Instead, he asked such a question. Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment. "How do you know how he treats me?" The man paused and then seemed to snort softly. Chu Luyue suddenly understood what he meant. Since he was so familiar with this place, he naturally knew what had happened here like the back of his hand. For a moment, Chu Luyue almost thought that this master had always been in this imperial mausoleum. Of course, she knew that was impossible. But it was obvious that he had been here more than once before. Chu Luyue's hands clenched even tighter. She felt as if something was stuck in her throat. In fact, even she didn't know why she suddenly said that. No matter how she looked at it, Mu Qinghe wasn't worth her saving. But, in front of her, the image of him kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face kept appearing. "And that, Your Highness." She didn't know how much sincerity there was in his grief. She didn't even know how he betrayed her. But, his identity is special. "If he dies here, I'll also be in a lot of trouble," Chu Luyue said with her eyes lowered. Jian Fengqi knew that she and Mu Qinghe had come out. If Mu Qinghe really died here, she definitely wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. According to Jian Fengqi's personality, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Besides, she was still counting on Mu Qinghe to bring her back to the Tianling dynasty. "So, no matter what, I would like to ask for your help. But if it's not convenient for you, then... Are there any other reasons?" The man suddenly asked. Are you pleading for mercy for yourself or for him? His voice was still calm, but Chu Luyue felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine when she heard it. And why did these words sound a little strange? However, these words did make her instantly sober up. She thought about it seriously for a moment and finally shook her head. For myself. After being reborn, the most important thing she learned was that she had to think about herself in everything. Most of the time, the so-called sympathy and compassion would not bring her any benefits. Instead, it would bring her a series of troubles. Mu Qinghe was no longer the Mu Qinghe of the past. And she was no longer the Shangguanyu of the past. A favor. The great master finally spoke. His tone was slightly gentler than before. Chu Luyue inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had agreed. Thank you, great master. For some reason, she seemed to be easily influenced by his voice. Was it because his aura was too strong? Chu Luyue really wanted to meet this mysterious great master now, but it was rare that he was willing to help. Naturally, she would not do anything to offend him. Suddenly, she thought of a problem. Ever since she took the pyramid, she had not had time to look at it. She did not know how Mu Qinghe was doing now. Bang! A muffled sound came from behind her. Chu Luyue was shocked and immediately turned around. Mu Qinghe was lying on the black bridge behind her, covered in blood. He was motionless and seemed to be unconscious. The fall just now seemed to be quite heavy. His chest shook, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It looked really miserable and miserable. The corner of Chu Luyue's eyes twitched. This appearance was too sudden. What happened to him? Chu Luyue could not help but ask when she saw that he seemed to be more seriously injured than before. Oh, he just fainted. He won't die from a fall. That person said coldly, as if he did not care. Chu Luyue was speechless. Or do you want him to know that you were the one who saved him so that he would be more grateful to you? The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Chu Luyue felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a knife. No need, this is for the best. Thank you. She quickly sorted out her thoughts. When she looked at Mu Qinghe again, her heart was calm. That great master was right. This was the best choice. She had saved him before, and he was grateful to her. But in the end? It was just a joke. This time, she was only doing it for herself. Thinking of this, she walked over and planned to carry Mu Qinghe out. However, just as she leaned over, something flew over from the corner of her eye. She immediately raised her hand and caught the thing. After taking a closer look, she realized that it was actually a yuan instrument. Use this to take him out. Don't dirty my path. The man's tone was cold. Chu Luyue could not help but mutter in her heart. So this great master is also like this. To put it nicely, he's fastidious. To put it bluntly. Yes, he's on par with his wife. This bridge is formed by force. How can it be dirty? Besides, it's black. How dirty can it be? However, since she had taken advantage of him, she naturally wouldn't say such things to his face. Besides, using this yuan instrument could indeed save her a lot of energy. What are you talking about? Chu Luyue was shocked. Her mouth was tightly shut just now and she did not make a sound. Does this person know how to read minds? He can even guess that? She immediately looked up with a smile. Nothing, nothing. I was just thinking that you and your wife are a match made in heaven. This sentence obviously pleased this difficult great master. He smiled, and his tone and attitude were much better than before. My wife and I think so too. Chu Luyue choked. She had seen people who felt good about themselves, but she had never seen anyone who praised her and his wife to their faces. Then, I wish you and your wife a long life together. I'll be leaving now? Chu Luiyue said very sensibly. The other party chuckled but did not say anything else. Chu Luiyue was relieved and injected a stream of force into the yuan instrument. With a bang, the yuan instrument unfolded and floated in mid-air. It was a hexagonal flying disc. Then, a net suddenly dropped from the flying disc and easily covered Mu Qinghe. Looking at Mu Qinghe curled up in the net, the corners of Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. It's good to help, but this scene is really exciting, she coughed and turned around. Suddenly, a voice with a smile was heard. I also wish you and your future husband a happy marriage. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 410. Chu Luiyue looked back strangely. Why does this sentence sound so sincere? The corners of her mouth curled up as she thanked him again. No matter what, this blessing sounded pleasing to the ear. Moreover, she wanted to build a good relationship with this first master. Seeing that Mu Qinghe might not be his opponent, if she could successfully rope him in as her backer, wouldn't that be much more convenient? Chu Luiyue walked out while feeling strange in her heart. Although this first master's temper and style were a bit strange, she seemed to have an inexplicable sense of trust towards him. She rarely had this kind of feeling towards others. Especially when the other party had taken the initiative to help her many times. Generally speaking, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. However, Chu Luiyue really couldn't associate such a person with such a powerful method with this sentence. Perhaps he had other motives, but Chu Luiyue didn't seem to be worried or uneasy. Perhaps this was also a form of affinity to some extent? The surrounding light gradually dimmed. Chu Luiyue knew that she had already walked to the edge of the imperial mausoleum. She couldn't help but look back again. Looking past Mu Qinghe, who was suspended in mid-air, she almost couldn't see the scene inside. Only the layer of ice that was constantly freezing and capsizing, as well as the silently surging lake water, were exceptionally clear. And the space in the middle had already been completely frozen, and there was a faint frost that gradually covered the surroundings. Chu Luiyue watched quietly. She knew that this was the power of the seal that person had used. Obviously, he intended to completely freeze and seal the imperial mausoleum. After a long time, Chu Luiyue finally exhaled softly. How much power would this consume? This person was outside heaven's canopy, but he used such a powerful method. Would he really not be suppressed? After a moment, Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. The current her still had a long way to go before she could reach this realm. Originally, she wanted to ask that person how he planned to deal with the other people in the imperial mausoleum. But after hesitating for a long time, she still didn't speak. She had already owed him another favor by helping Mu Qinghe. If there were a few more people, Master, you must understand your disciple, right? Chu Luiyue thought silently. Apart from Old Man Yi, she didn't care about the lives of the others. With Old Man Ye's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to leave this place, right? Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue couldn't help but take out the pyramid again and examine it carefully in his palm for a moment. Now, it was completely black, and nothing could be seen on it. If I had known earlier, I would have checked on Master and the others first. Chu Luiyue put away the items, took a deep breath, and continued to lead Mu Qinghe along the other end of the black bridge. When Chu Luiyue finally left, the other people who had already entered the mausoleum did not have an easy time. Emperor Xiaofan had Elder Ye's protection, so he wasn't in much danger. But the black shield couldn't hold on for long as it was quickly covered by the golden ice layer, and it became very weak. The golden sand that surged from behind piled up and finally destroyed the black shield completely. Elder Yi then continued to bring Emperor Xiaofan away. Luckily, with the faint glow from the golden ice layer, they could vaguely see the surrounding scene. Their speed was much faster than when they came. Emperor Xiaofan really felt aggrieved and indignant. Those people are still in the imperial mausoleum. But I, the rightful emperor of country Yaochen, was actually chased out of the imperial mausoleum in such a pathetic state. I don't need to look in the mirror to know what I look like now. Luckily, only Elder Yi is here. If not, I would really lose all my face. After fleeing for an unknown period of time, the speed of the surging golden sand finally slowed down. Elder Yi then stopped and looked at Emperor Jiawen. Your Majesty, are you okay? Emperor Jiawen's face was pale as he waved his hands. I am fine. It's just that. He couldn't finish his sentence for a long time. Elder Yi coughed and shifted his gaze away. However, Emperor Jiawen still felt very embarrassed. Old man Yi, could it be that we can only watch helplessly? Elder Yi was helpless. Then, what else can we do? The people inside have already taken the initiative. I don't understand. Emperor Jiawen stretched out his hand and held his forehead. I really don't understand. How can anyone casually enter the imperial mausoleum? There were only a few people who knew about this secret. Other than Elder Yi and me, logically speaking, nobody else should know about it. But, they clearly came prepared. If not, how could it be so successful? Elder Yi paused and comforted him. Your Majesty, don't be anxious. After all, the things inside should still. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly looked up. He saw that the golden sand that kept surging over suddenly paused for a moment and then started to retreat. In the blink of an eye, it had already retreated by tens of steps. Emperor Jiawen was dazed. What's going on? Deep shock flashed across Elder Ye's eyes. Someone is restoring everything in the imperial mausoleum. What? Emperor Jiawen was also taken aback. How can this be? The construction of the imperial mausoleum is very complicated, and the various arrangements inside are very intricate. To restore it. Unless tens of elite warriors work together. But weren't there only 2 people who went in just now? Elder Ye's gaze was still locked in that direction. No, you forgot that there's another possibility. Emperor Jiawen's expression suddenly froze. Could it be, Walla? An extremely soft and strange sound suddenly came from behind the 2 of them. Elder Yi immediately turned around alertly. Who's there? As he said that, he suddenly waved the fan in his hands. Bang! That force slammed into something. Then, a suppressed and painful moan was heard. Elder Yi and Emperor Jiawen looked at each other. There's actually someone? We actually didn't notice it at all previously. Elder Ye's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly walked forward and raised the fan in his hands again. A strong suppression instantly descended. At this moment, a familiar cry of surprise finally rang out in the darkness. Elder Yi, please have mercy. Elder Yi paused in his actions. However, Emperor Jiawen's expression had already changed. Rong Jin? Elder Yi snapped his fingers, and a cluster of bright flames appeared in his palm. The surroundings were instantly lit up. Previously, he was worried that this fire would cause unnecessary trouble, but it was clearly unnecessary now. A nervous and flustered face appeared in front of the 2 of them. It's indeed Rong Jin. Emperor Jiawen was furious as he angrily scolded. Rong Jin. You've got guts. How dare you secretly leave Crown Prince Mansion and come here? Speak. Did you follow Elder Yi and me all the way here? Rong Jin was originally a little afraid, but on second thought, what's there to be afraid of since things have already come to this? He clenched his fists, straightened his body, and tried his best to make his voice sound righteous. Father. I'm Heaven's chosen son. What's wrong with me coming here? Old man Yi suddenly laughed. Your Highness, the real Heaven's chosen son can directly enter Golden Inheritance Peak and control everything in the Imperial Mausoleum. There's already one inside, so where did your Heaven's chosen son title come from? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Yuan. Chapter 411. Rong Jin was dazed. What? He understood every word of Elder Ye's words, but why couldn't he understand them when they were strung together? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiawen's gaze darkened. So Elder Yi also realized it. Elder Yi laughed helplessly and waved the fan in his hands. Even if you couldn't guess it previously, you should have known after seeing the previous scene. Emperor Jiawen closed his eyes. No wonder, if this is the answer, then everything that happened previously has a logical explanation. Rong Jin, who was at the side, was confused when he heard the duo's conversation. The more he heard, the more flustered he became. Father? Elder Yi? What do you mean by this? Heaven's chosen son. Isn't it me? How can there be another one inside? That person must be fake. I'm the real Heaven's chosen son. Pack! Emperor Jiawen went forward and harshly slapped Rong Jin. This slap was very harsh, and it directly caused Rong Jin to fall to the ground. An intense bloody taste surged up Rong Jin's mouth. Half of his face was numb, and his ears were buzzing. His mouth stiffly moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and a broken tooth. Rong Jin's eyes were filled with disbelief. Father had always been proud of me and thought highly of me. He rarely even reprimanded me, let alone hit me. How could I accept that one of my teeth was forcefully knocked out? At that moment, everything that he had experienced in the past few months flashed across his mind. Being demoted, having his power taken away, being grounded, I almost couldn't even stabilize my position as the crown prince. What exactly is going on? Wasn't everything fine in the past? Why did it gradually become like this? Rong Jin. You're crazy. Emperor Jiawen finally lost control of his emotions at this point as he pointed at Rong Jin's nose and scolded him. Who do you think you are? Heaven's chosen son? How can Heaven's chosen son be so useless and despicable? You're just a piece of trash. I was really blind in the past to make you the crown prince. Too many things had happened on this day, and Emperor Jiawen's mental state had been very tense. Until this moment, when he saw Rong Jin's undisciplined and arrogant manner, his last string finally snapped. Rong Jin was scolded harshly, and he was dazed. He was flustered and at a loss, so he started to speak without thinking. Father, why are you so sure that I'm a fake? I know you're just looking down on me. However, this matter was personally told to me by my mother. Imperial Mother would never lie to me. The chosen one must be me. It can only be me. Elder Yi looked at Rong Jin's crazy appearance and knitted his brows. Before he could say anything, Emperor Jiawen suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. How laughable. What your imperial mother told you, must be true. Rong Jin, how brainless are you to say such a thing? Rong Jin clenched his teeth and said, at most, we'll go and confront mother. We can always, confrontation? Emperor Jiawen's expression suddenly turned cold. You probably don't know that your mother is already dead, right? It was a light sentence, but it was like countless sharp knives that pierced into Rong Jin's body. Rong Jin's body trembled slightly, and his blood boiled in his chest. Finally, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood as he collapsed onto the floor. Impossible. Mother just told me that secret today. How can she be dead? It seems like she didn't spare any effort to make many arrangements for you before she died. It's a pity. You're still useless. But Emperor Jiawen finally understood the Empress's series of actions at this point. From start to end, she did it for Rong Jin. Heaven's chosen one? Ha! It seems like you don't know your current identity. Just like what Elder Yi had said, he was the true chosen one. Everything was predestined. Rong Jin actually naively thought that the person was him. Even if he had fantasies before, he should be completely awake now that he was in this situation. Who is it? If it's not me. Who is the chosen one? Muttered Rong Jin with a hoarse voice, and his eyes were filled with despair. I originally thought that it was a great chance to turn things around, but I didn't expect it to be just a dream. It was just the beginning, but it was mercilessly exposed by someone. Emperor Jiaowen's face darkened, and he didn't say anything for a long time. In actual fact, he wanted to know the answer more than Rong Jin. But based on their current abilities, how could they enter? Your Majesty, let's talk about everything after we leave this place. That person should be able to see our every move here, said Elder Yi. Elder Yi softly persuaded him. Emperor Jiaowen harshly rubbed his face. Okay. Let's go out first. Old man Yi nodded. Then, he looked at a certain spot in the darkness and twitched the corners of his mouth without a smile. The two of you have been watching for quite a while. You should be willing to come out now, right? After walking for some time, Chu Luyue finally saw a light in front of her. She was elated as she knew that it was the exit. She quickened her pace and walked forward, and the flying disc behind her immediately followed. Mu Qinghe was a little shaken, but luckily, he didn't wake up. Just like that, the duo finally stepped through the exit and completely walked out of the Imperial Mausoleum. The sky was bright in front of them. Chu Luyue turned around and realized that they had indeed left Golden Inheritance Peak and came to the forest beside it. The thing that sent them out just now was also a transportation formation. However, that transportation formation was very inconspicuous, and one couldn't tell if they didn't look closely. Clang! The flying disc's net suddenly opened, and Mu Qinghe fell to the ground again. Chu Luyue glanced at him from the corner of her eye and coincidentally saw his eyeballs moving. Mu Qinghe is about to wake up. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 412. Mu Qinghe felt as if he had sunk into a deep dream. He was drifting around, but he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. For a moment, a thought even flashed across his mind. It would be great if he could sleep forever and never have to wake up to face everything. However, this thought only flashed across his mind. He tried a few times before he finally forced his eyes open. The bright light shone down, and it was a little dazzling. He couldn't help but close his eyes and relax for a while before he got used to it. The blurry scene in front of him gradually became clear. This seems to be a forest. Mu Qinghe moved and immediately felt waves of pain all over his body, causing him to frown. He lowered his head to take a look and realized that his body was covered in blood and wounds. There was almost no place that was unscathed. Fortunately, most of these were superficial wounds that could be recovered after a period of recuperation. Mu Qinghe was slightly relieved, but he suddenly realized something and his expression changed drastically. That's not right. I was clearly in the Imperial Mausoleum earlier. How did I appear here now? He immediately turned around to look. The Golden Inheritance Peak, which looked like a sword, was standing not far away. Am I already outside the Golden Inheritance Peak? Mu Qinghe's doubts deepened, but no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember what had happened earlier. The last thing he remembered was the withered vine leaves. At that time, he seemed to be about to rush out, but, however, he couldn't remember what happened after that. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure lying on the ground not too far away. It was actually Chu Luyue. He focused his gaze and endured the pain on his body as he slowly walked over. Chu Luyue seemed to have fainted as well. His eyes were tightly shut, and his lips were pale. However, compared to the others, Chu Luyue was in a much better state. There weren't many bloodstains on his body, and there weren't even many wounds. Mu Qinghe stared at Chu Luiyue for a while with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Was that sound his hallucination, or, as if sensing his gaze, Chu Luiyue finally woke up? She subconsciously raised her hand to block the somewhat dazzling sunlight, and finally opened her eyes completely. At the same time, he saw Mu Qinghe standing in front of him. Vice Admiral Mu? After pausing for a moment, she seemed to have suddenly realized something. She stood up abruptly and looked around. Where are we? Mu Qinghe looked at her eyes that were filled with shock and bewilderment, and said expressionlessly, outside Golden Inheritance Peak. Chu Luiyue looked at him in shock. You mean? We're already out? Mu Qinghe looked at her deeply, as if he wanted to see through her completely. You don't know what happened? Chu Luiyue shook his head. Didn't you pass that checkpoint and enter the center of the Imperial Mausoleum? How could he not know? Mu Qinghe suddenly leaned over and stared into Chu Luiyue's eyes, questioning her word by word. Chu Luiyue was shocked by his action and subconsciously took a step back. She frowned and looked confused. Vice Admiral Mu, what are you talking about? I only remember that I seemed to be trapped in a strange space. There was golden sand everywhere. I don't remember anything else. Suddenly, her gaze fell on him and she sucked in a breath of cold air. How did you suffer such a serious injury? Mu Qinghe pursed his lips tightly. Chu Luiyue didn't look like she was acting, but he felt that something was wrong. You really don't remember? Chu Luiyue looked helpless and was about to get up. Just as she stood up, she let out a hiss and covered her head. My head hurts. Mu Qinghe's eyes moved. Actually, the back of his head hurt too. Could it be that Chu Luiyue wasn't lying and we were all sent out together? Looking at her rubbing her head and grimacing in pain, Mu Qinghe inexplicably believed her and suppressed the dangerous aura on his body. He turned back to look at Golden Inheritance Peak again. If Chu Luiyue really got that thing, there was no need for her to come out with him. Moreover, she didn't have the fluctuation of that thing on her body. But looking at the current situation, there should be a third person who got it. Did you see anyone else in the Imperial Mausoleum? Mu Qinghe suddenly asked. Chu Luiyue still denied it. Other than the mysterious First Master, she had clearly seen all the other people who had gone in. But naturally, she couldn't tell Mu Qinghe this. Mu Qinghe didn't expect to get any useful clues from Chu Luiyue. After pondering for a moment, he walked forward again. Chu Luiyue was shocked. Vice Admiral Mu. What are you doing? Do you still want to go back? Mu Qinghe said coldly, you can stay here or go back by yourself. Chu Luiyue. Your injuries are so serious, I'm afraid it's not good for you to go back now, right? Also, when we went in, we seem to have been discovered by the people around Golden Inheritance Peak. If we go back now, anyone with a normal brain would know that under such circumstances, they definitely couldn't go back. What's wrong with Mu Qinghe? However, Mu Qinghe didn't seem to care about her words and continued walking forward. That girl is right. Why are you in such a hurry to die? A voice filled with mockery and ridicule sounded lazily. Mu Qinghe stood still. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked and looked up. A tall figure was slowly walking over from the forest beside them. Then, he leaned against a tree trunk and looked at the two of them with a smile that wasn't a smile. It was Jian Fengqi. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered as she bowed politely and asked in a seemingly casual manner, may I know when young Master Jian came? Vice Admiral Mu and I actually didn't notice. Jian Fengqi seemed to have thought of something unpleasant and his face turned cold. This young master had planned to come a long time ago, but I didn't expect to meet with some trouble on the way. I had just circled around Golden Inheritance Peak when I sensed Mu Qinghe's aura and came over. When this young master arrived, he had just woken up. As he spoke, he looked at Mu Qinghe and sized him up with some disdain. Looking at you, could it be that you've become stupid from the beating? You actually didn't notice this young master for so long? You've only been here for a short while and you've already regressed to this extent? Chu Luiyue felt slightly relieved. It seemed that Jian Fengqi didn't know what had happened previously. Mu Qinghe couldn't be bothered with Jian Fengqi and continued walking forward. Jian Fengqi raised his sword-like eyebrows and looked at Chu Luiyue. If he doesn't want to say, then you can say it. What exactly are you doing in this trip? Jian Fengqi. Mu Qinghe gave him a warning look. Jian Fengqi shrugged and tactfully drew a line across his mouth to indicate that he would shut up. However, he immediately walked towards Chu Luiyue and said with a smile, "Miss Chu Luiyue, you seem to be injured as well. Young Miss Chu, you seem to be injured as well. Why don't I send you back? Don't worry, even if he dies, this young master will help to bring you back to the Tianling dynasty." Whoosh! A long sword suddenly pierced through the air towards them. Jian Fengqi easily dodged it. Mu Qinghe closed her eyes and finally turned around. "You'd better not fall into my hands next time." Jian Fengqi proudly raised his eyebrows at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Why didn't she know that the relationship between these two people had become so good? Digression, I don't know if it's my illusion, but why did Jian Fengqi and Mu Qinghe become inexplicably gay? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Aiwa. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.